Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission Conference meeting this July 5th, 2022. I hope you all had a fabulous celebration of our country's independence. And I want to thank everyone from Parks and Recreation, the Business Improvement District, on the beach, all those people who participated in the celebration of our 4th of July yesterday. It was an amazing event. Thank you for the B-52s for coming to our city and helping to really rally up the crowd. It was a wonderful event, and I want to thank everybody who helped make that happen, because it certainly continues to make Fort Lauderdale shine the way it always does. We have a fairly large conference agenda, so I would ask that each member of the commission, as they present their intelligent and cogent remarks, that they keep them as tightly knitted as possible, because we have a lot to go over. We may end up pulling one of the items from the agenda. I'll explain that shortly. But right now, I just want to begin. I don't see Commissioner McKenzie in the room, but I guess we'll just begin otherwise. So let us first begin with our communications. And we have a communication. Not quite sure exactly. Mr. City Manager, you want to explain the communication to us?
Yes, Mayor, I'll do the best I can. So I think the Infrastructure Task Force had a discussion that was surrounding the budget, the proposed budget that you will see later tonight. That's before you tonight, for the setting of the maximum millage rate and the fire assessment fee. I think after the presentation that they had from our Public Works Department, they wanted to get on the record saying that they strongly supported the public works projects that were proposed in the new budget. And I think that's what this communication attempts to do. Probably it could have come more in August and then been right in line with the September budget hearings. But I don't think it intends to do any more or any less than that. Is that, Alan's giving me the thumbs up. So that is the intent of the communication.
Okay. All right, any questions regarding that communications from anybody? No?
Chris, just a minor point on this, though, but on the meeting minutes that we did receive from the ITF, it does say that there are 10 appointed members, but the attendance only shows 9 people, so we just might want to make those two things in sync. Thanks.
Okay.
Good catch. I can't even respond with anything but saying
what?
Good catch.
Okay.
Okay, so let us begin. CF1, this is the bipartisan infrastructure package update. Who will be leading that discussion?
Susan Lent will. Daphne, do you want to do any type of an introduction, or are we just going to kick it right off?
Got any more money, honey?
Right. Here I am worried about a hot mic. Daphne Sainville, Government Affairs and Economic Development. I wanted to introduce Ms. Susan Lent with Aiken Gump Strauss Hauer. Okay. Our federal, one of our federal lobbying firms. She's going to be doing a quick rundown on the bipartisan infrastructure package. I know there have been a ton of questions about it, so I figured it would be best coming from the person in DC representing us.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Susan.
Thanks, Daphne, and Mayor and Council members. It's great to be here to talk to you about federal funding opportunities.
So what's happening in Washington, D.C. these days?
So what's happening in Washington, D.C.? Well, how long do you have? So anyway, I know that of interest is transportation, stormwater, broadband, cybersecurity, and then not in the infrastructure law, but funding available, homelessness and economic development. So I'm going to go through all of those briefly. So the infrastructure law, which Congress passed and the President signed into law late last year, $1.2 trillion is going to be available over 5 years for infrastructure. And it's pretty expansive. The law covers transportation, energy, water, cybersecurity, and broadband. So just generally, what's really pretty amazing about this infrastructure law opportunity, in particular, is the large number of competitive grant programs where the city can actually be an applicant for funding, including, we'll start with transportation funding. So just very briefly, I was going to go through some of the programs just so you know. And then let me just say also that this is money over 5 years. So there will be for most of the programs, there are going to be 5 separate opportunities for the city to be able to apply for funds. So if the city's not ready this year for certain programs, there'll be opportunities coming up for the next 4 years as well. This is guaranteed money from the infrastructure law.
So can I just interrupt you for a second? These applications, must these be applied in tandem with any other government agency like the county, the MPO, or are these strictly applications being sought from the city alone?
So for most of these programs, the city can submit an application on its own without having to coordinate with the county. For some of the programs, the DOT has recommended, and we can talk about those, that a regional approach may be better, but under the law, it's not a requirement for the programs that I'm going to talk about.
Okay.
So the first is
Everyone understand that?
Yes.
Well, I understand it's not a requirement, but does it help get the funds?
It might have, that's what I was going to say.
Okay, thanks,
Yeah, so
yeah.
it's not a requirement. Well, the challenge is that these are obviously competitive grant programs. And so when you have the city, the county, and the MPO submitting competing applications, then it conceivably hurts versus having the region, the business community, labor, everybody coalesce around an application. So you have to look at it application by application, but that can sometimes be the case. You're correct. So starting with the RAISE grants, which these grants, they started out as Tiger and then Build and now RAISE. The names have changed in different administrations. Those have been, those are projects of typically of regional, national significance, very fungible. It can be road, bridge, transit, passenger, freight, rail. It very broad, and that is an annual solicitation. The applications deadline's already passed for that for this year, but it'll continue to be funded for the next 4 years. Likewise, the projects of national significance, mega projects, which is really a really interesting new program that's going to fund large-scale transportation infrastructure projects. So there's going to be 50% of the funds will go to projects between 100 million and under 500 million, and then the other 50% projects that are 500 million or more, and with DOT able to enter into multi-year grant agreements. So for a large project, you'd be guaranteed funding over a certain period of time to fund large-scale projects.
So Susan, are these grant applications based on an expectation that there'd be any local matches from the state or the county?
Yes, all of the programs have a non-federal match requirement, which typically is 20%. For some of them, it's greater, but for most of the programs, it's a 20% match.
20% match from the local?
Not from the federal government, yes. So from some local or private sector, depending if it was a public-private partnership, but there's a 20% non-federal match.
Right, got it.
So then the infra program, briefly, those are rail and road improvements to facilitate goods movement. Reconnecting communities is one of the Secretary of Transportation and President Biden's. It was one of their priorities, and it's getting a big splash. The solicitation came out last week, and those are projects that remove barriers or mitigate prior infrastructure projects that divided communities to restore community connectivity. The Protect grants, that's for resilient infrastructure, including sea level rise projects. And that solicitation has not come out yet, but it's expected soon. That's a new program. Safe Streets for All, that just came out. Those are projects either to create Vision Zero plans or for infrastructure improvements to reduce crashes and protect pedestrians and bicyclists. The applications are due in September. That is one where DOT has specifically recommended collaboration with MPOs and potentially has been encouraging the MPOs to submit the application, but it's not a requirement. SMART grants. Those are smart city transportation infrastructure demonstration projects that the DOT is expected to put out the solicitation in September. That would involve partnering with technology providers, and it can be autonomous vehicles. It can be, using, drones and, to facilitate, traffic movement and safety, goods delivery, all kinds of interesting things to basically demonstrate smart city technologies. And similar is this Advanced Transportation Technology and Innovative Mobility Deployment Program, which is actually an existing program at DOT that funds similar types of projects. I know the Bridge Investment Program, that solicitation was recently issued, and that can fund planning, small bridge projects and larger bridge projects. The Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements, that's a program that's been around for a while, but got a funding increase for safety and efficiency upgrades to passenger and freight rail infrastructure. And the Railroad Grade Crossing Elimination Program, that was just announced last week also, and that's projects that eliminate at-grade crossings or add gates or signals, relocate tracks, and safety type improvements for at-grade crossings, which I know you have here. Just very briefly.
Susan, if I could just,
Yes.
for a second, and Mayor probably guess where I'm going on this, but in terms of as we look at tunnel and rail, are we kind of coordinating this with Susan?
So I was going to ask that question also. I didn't want to interrupt but now we're talking about it. So how does the city commission has expressed an interest in utilizing a tunnel system versus a bridge system to go over the New River? In which program, if the previous slide, would that be the program through which we would seek partial funding for this project?
So I have a slide on this that's coming next. So then I'll just very briefly, because I'm not sure if you're interested in this or not, but there is this $7.5 billion for EV infrastructure, and within this, there's a small competitive grant program for community EV infrastructure installations. And so just wanted to flag that for you. The announcement hasn't come out yet. But then we get to funding for New River Crossing Tunnel. and the way I see it, there's three of the programs that I mentioned I think would be good candidates for it. Now, keeping in mind that the majority of the funding, some of you may know, would come from the Federal Transit Administration Capital Investment Grant Program, which is a very statutorily defined program that funds commuter rail and other types of fixed guideway projects. However, that program has these criteria that looks at cost effectiveness and a bunch of factors. And so if you're going to do the tunnel, I know it's been raised that you may not be able to do a tunnel as part of the Federal Transit Administration defined project and still score well. And so if that is in fact the case, then there are these other programs that you could potentially pull out aspects of the project, including the tunnel, and get one of these grants. And so those three grants would be the RAISE grants that I mentioned before, which is this competitive grant program. The mega projects is the national infrastructure for the larger projects, and you can have a transit element that's a component of a broader surface transportation project. And I think we can make those arguments within this project. And then the Reconnecting Communities grant program was another potential opportunity to get some additional funding for the tunnel. So happy to talk more and strategize more with folks about how we could do that. But
Okay, so talk with folks. Okay, what are next steps? Because I've been hearing a lot of the talk about it and opportunities and so forth. We need to know what next steps are, because from our information is that there are no applications in for some of these programs, and they're ripe for the picking. And so what are our next steps? From whom do you need to hear from our city? I've been talking directly with members of the U.S. Department of Transportation, and they're asking me, well, what are you looking for? And I don't have an answer for them. I need to have a recipe book of the different ingredients that we're looking to cobble together to present to them so that they now have a roadmap to follow and to see exactly where we can plug into these programs to try to get this project funded. Because the county seems to think that the burden on funding is rests solely on the city of Fort Lauderdale, even though this is a project of regional significance. For some reason, they just feel indifferent to this process. So if you can assist us and perhaps after this meeting, work with our city staff and tell us, what are next steps? What do we have to do? Do we have to engage you further? We need to, I may be meeting with these folks again in a couple of weeks to talk about something like this. I would like to have a cheat sheet and let them know exactly what we're looking for. Is that something that you think can be accomplished?
Absolutely, and we should have some further discussions because this is complicated and we'll take some discussion to put together a strategy because it's kind of a chicken and egg. So to be able to, submit a competitive application, we need to be aligned with the other stakeholders in terms of what is the project. So I need to understand more facts. This is definitely doable, but we just need to have some additional discussions about where we are, and then I can make some recommendations on how to advance. The two of the programs, the applications were already due for fiscal year 2022 funds. Reconnecting Communities is now soliciting applications, so the time is good for that. But we have to figure out, do you apply this year, or do we just take a lot of action so that we're ready right off the bat next year to apply? Where are we with the Federal Transit Administration? So absolutely, the answer is absolutely. I can help you, and I'd be excited to work with you on this project. We just need to get together with staff and others and figure out where we are and what the next steps are so that I can be helpful.
Okay, so that conversation I would hope would have to happen sooner than later. Okay.
Absolutely.
Mayor, I have two thoughts about the process.
Yeah, please.
One of my concerns, I heard you say, Susan, we need to be ready in order to ask for money, and that's obviously getting, synergy between our partners. But if we don't have the plans, if we're not somewhat in the design phase now, we might not be ready even next year to ask.
Well,
So,
you're absolutely correct, and my information is that the MPO is now been charged with coming up with preliminary engineering design.
okay, so we can ask, so we can be ready. And so, I also heard you say 20% match. So let's say the county's willing to give what they were going to give for the bridge, that should meet the 20% requirement to get us to the tunnel, if the feds would kick in the rest.
And the state as well.
And the state is as well, but is this trickle down through the state? Is this considered the state's portion of it, or is this just the direct ask from the city? Is there another way that the state's going to get some of this funding and they can give it to the MPO and the MPO can match as well as the county, as well as the feds?
There's a fair amount of flexibility in terms of how you can put these types of projects together. There's a lot of different things that you can look at, including, I know there were, at the summit that I attended, Mayor, that you spoke at, there was some talk about public-private partnerships. So there's a lot of different potentially creative ways to fund a project like this that we can talk about, how you do that. Now, typically for the federal transit funded project, it's typically more than 20%. It's only legally 20%, but oftentimes it's more. And the contribution is more than 20%. But in terms of the tunnel aspect, you could do that for the 20%. And then, whether it's the state DOT putting in some money, the city, whether there's, some creative ways to do that, with, benefits with, surrounding development benefits, things like that. There's a lot of different potential options to try to.
Well, I think though, to the commissioner's point, we need to get to first base, and that is the design.
Right. Well, at least just ask the county, if we get the federal grant,
Yeah.
can we move forward with your contribution of blank, whatever the bridge was going to cost, which is probably more than 20%, really. So I think we can at least get that commitment from the county if we apply as a city, and then we can move forward.
Well, I think through my conversations with the MPO, they're moving forward with preliminary estimates as to what the tunnel will cost, and that will at least have us have something, in black and white, as instead of just talking in generalities. So let us wait till I think they're talking like 30, 60 days or something, for something like that. Chris, correct me if I'm
I think
wrong.
that's right.
So 30, 60 days before the end of the summer, before the end of August, we should be having some information from the MPO, and then perhaps after that time we can start to firm up the ask, and because as a bureaucrat, they are just waiting to hear from their constituents, just as we are. Someone comes to us and says, "Can you do this?" And I say, "Well, do what? Tell us what you're looking for." So I think we're in lockstep. But Susan, I really appreciate your coming here today. But now this is the beginning of a process of a conversation that we need to be walking hand in hand to making sure that we don't lose an opportunity in this funding cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is really a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I don't know that there'll ever be another infrastructure bill like this, at least for the foreseeable future. So it is really important to be thinking strategically about what the city wants to pursue. And there's a lot of the money, which I can touch on very briefly if I have time, where the money will go through the state. You're going to be looking to state, so that on the transportation, you have these competitive grant programs where the city or the local partners can apply directly. Again, it's never happened before, so you want to try to take advantage of these opportunities while they're.
It'll happen here first.
And Mayor, I heard Susan say another point. She talked about the smart cities. Maybe the Elon Musk tunnel would qualify for a smart something. I mean, it's autonomous, or at least it will be. I mean, it is able to be autonomous when people are ready to be in an autonomous vehicle.
I mean, that's a good point. There may be a break-off that you can do on that. That's worth looking at. That has not that program hasn't come out yet, but I guess we can look as part of that project. And happy to talk about that project also. And I'm
good.
sure the boring company may have all the permitting and all that down, but I'm happy to brainstorm on that as well.
Great.
Mayor,
Excellent.
just
Yes,
if I could just
ahead,
make sure
go
I'm
ahead.
understanding. So the MPO is moving forward with the engineering cost analysis of the passenger train tunnel under the river. Is that what's happening? That's news to me if it is. That's great.
What do you mean? What's news to you?
Yes.
That the MPO is moving forward with the
Yes.
engineering cost analysis
Yes.
of the passenger train tunnel under the New River.
That is correct. That's
Awesome.
the first time you're hearing that.
That's great. So
Yeah.
excellent. And they're going to be done with that by the end of August?
I'm told by August.
Excellent. Okay, great. And they're doing this at our kind of bequest of,
At the bequest of the county.
great. Okay, so the county said, hey, let's do an, we're hearing that the tunnel might cost less than what FDOT has suggested. So, okay, great.
They didn't quite say it that way, but
Okay.
What's
All right.
that?
The more colorful language.
It wasn't that straight a path, but eventually that's what got
That's what got conveyed.
city managers correct.
Okay, great. Are they also reevaluating bridge costs or just the tunnel?
I think at this point, they're just trying to either affirm what numbers they had before in the past were.
From
accurate,
FDOT?
Correct, or legitimately be able to show how it costs less than what was first published.
Gotcha. Okay, great. And Greg Stewart's leading that effort? Is that?
Yes.
I'm tracking that? Okay, great. Thanks, Mayor. Sorry, go ahead, Susan.
Great. So, Mayor, I was going to go through stormwater and all the other cybersecurity and the various other programs in the infrastructure law. Do we have time for that, or would you rather just?
We have time for you. Please go
You have
ahead.
ti- Okay, great. Okay, good. And I'll try to be brief. So I was going to mention, in terms of stormwater and resilient infrastructure funding, I mentioned that one.
Can you, Susan? Yeah, we can hear you better in the mic.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Nobody's ever accused me of not speaking loud enough, so. In terms of stormwater and resilient infrastructure funding, I mentioned the the Protect program for transportation, but there was also a significant plus up to the Clean Water Revolving Loan Program, which you would have to access that funding through the state for your projects. But there's a lot more money for either low cost loans or the requirement of the infrastructure law is that 49% of the money has to go out as either forgivable loans or grants to low income areas. And so that's just something just for you to make sure that you're aware of in terms of accessing that funding. Also, the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Program, which was established, I believe, last year, but the infrastructure law bumped up funding by an additional $1 billion. And that's money that goes also the state applies for, but then the city can be a subrecipient, to areas, that, well, in the case of this infrastructure buildup that have had designated disasters within the past 7 years, and that's funding for pre-disaster mitigation. And then again, for stormwater, as you know, HUD, CDBG grants. There's also Army Corps of Engineers environmental infrastructure grants, and again, the regular Building Resilient Infrastructure Community or BRIC grant program. And then I also wanted to mention next year when Congress, assuming does earmarks or community projects, that there are earmarks for stormwater resilient infrastructure under HUD, the Army Corps, and the FEMA budgets.
So just getting back to a previous slide, would the city be eligible to tap into the clean water funding for forgivable loan process based on the scenario that we have now entered into for rebuilding our water treatment plant?
So that's one where I would have to understand, and I think it might be state by state, the way I understand it, but that would be with what, in terms of the process that your clean water agency that has for determining how they were going to do that 49%. And they should have a process for accepting projects and then determining what priority projects are that you'd have to work through. I mean, I'm happy to help you try to figure that out. I don't know off the top of my head what their position is on how they're determining where to distribute the 49% of free money versus the loan money.
So Alan, help me out here. We're not near a shovel-ready level for our water treatment plant, right?
Mr. Dodd can correct me, but I don't believe so. I don't believe it's at that level of design, but I could be wrong.
So
Part of that, though, too, is that we're not actually, with the process we're in right now, we're not doing a design. Ridgewood IDE is in the process of doing a design because they will be constructing. So we'd have to figure out how that little nuance played into eligibility, I guess, because I don't know that we'll ever have a design.
Well, I'm just wondering, are we precluded from eligibility under
That's
our
a
current scenario?
Great question. We probably don't know. We'd probably have to.
Let's have a discussion offline, and I'm happy to research that for you.
Could you please?
Sure.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
But I did.
That's okay. So broadband, which I know is also of interest, that funding mostly is going to go out to the state as well by formula. It's not been distributed yet, but each state gets at least $100 million. So Florida will be getting $100 million, then the state can award sub-grants to local governments and others to provide internet to, in underserved areas and to low-income persons. And then there are two additional programs. One, the Digital Equity Competitive Grant Program. As I understand it, it's a program that local governments are going to be able to apply for directly in addition to states. But again, that has not been announced yet. It will be administered by the Department of Commerce and has not been announced yet. So we'll just stay on top of that and let you know as the broadband opportunities that we hear about come about. So cybersecurity funding, that's also going to go out by formula to the states, although there is a requirement in the infrastructure law that states distribute 80% of that funds to local governments as grants. And that'll go out the $1 billion over 5 years. And the program's expected to open up in the third quarter of fiscal year 2022. $200 million will go out in fiscal year 2022 by formula. So Florida will get some amount of that. And then again, they'll have to distribute 80% by competitive grant. So expect to hear something about that also in the coming months. Then I'm not going to go into this just to say too much Buy America, that the infrastructure law creates more stringent Buy America requirements for where they already existed and the new ones that are going to apply to any federally funded infrastructure projects. So the iron, steel, manufactured products and construction materials are all going to have to be produced in the U.S., which is going to add cost and compliance burden in terms of if you're a recipient of federal funds, you're going to have to make certifications and pass on requirements to contractors. So just so you're aware of that. Okay, homelessness funding. And as I understand it, most of this money, I guess the county applies for and not the city, but just wanted to make you aware. This wasn't in the infrastructure law, but I understand that combating homelessness is a big priority for the city. So there was just a recent notice that went out under this Continuum of Care program from HUD, seeking applications to address projects to address homelessness. And there's a number of, I'm not going to go into this in detail, some of which you're probably already aware of, but a number of programs that address homelessness that are federally funded from HUD and the Department of Justice and Health and Human Services. So if anyone has any specific questions or want me to research anything.
Well, I do actually. The county maintains the continuum of care agency within their government. Are they the only ones eligible now to apply for these types of funds, or can cities directly apply for these same funds?
That's a good question that I'm going to have to confirm. My understanding going into this meeting was that the city could apply, but I want to make sure that that's correct. So I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Okay, and then finally, economic development. I know that's important, and I wanted just to make you aware, the Department of Commerce has the Economic Development Administration, which funds public works projects associated with projects that with private sector investment that are going to create jobs. So whether it's some type of a campus, university, workforce training, business community coming together, manufacturing facility, retail establishment, any type of infrastructure development that's going to be associated with job creation and economic development. It's a rolling application process. You go through the regional office in Atlanta, but there is funding from the Department of Commerce for public works infrastructure associated with economic development projects. So that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any more questions that any of you might have.
Okay, Commissioner Moritas, do you have any questions?
Don't, thank you. You answered them.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Glassman?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Chris, I just wanted to know, we've talked about a few of the projects, obviously, that we're interested, but, almost every single category that we've talked about has application for things that we're working on as our goals and just projects, whether it's Las Olas mobility, Breakers Avenue, stormwater, homelessness, all of the topics that were already mentioned. What is our plan? How are we coordinating our effort to go after all of these monies? And who is the team? And what are we exactly doing? And what is the timeline? And I'm just wanting to know what all of the workings are that are making us go after this quite extensive amount of money that's out there.
So, we would be, obviously with the assistance of multiple departments in the city, this isn't just focused in one area, identify these projects that may have some applicability. A lot of the things you just mentioned are still very much in the design phase, where we don't ever cross that threshold of being project ready to make application. And I think Susan would tell you this as well, it's terribly important to be at the right point in your project before you go ask for money, because it's a lot easier to get a no if you're not far enough along than it is to get the project to where it needs to be when you go make the ask. And so I think all those things you just mentioned are all things that we're mindful of between the manager's office and Daphne and our finance director in coordination with Susan. It's great to have that connection to Washington. I think you'll see that as these projects work their way through the process, when they become at a point that we think we can make application with a higher likelihood of success, that's when we would actually launch those into the funding process. Do you want to build on that at all, Susan? Or is that?
No, I think you did a really good job. There's kind of a fine line. The only nuance I'd put on it is if it's a project where it's far enough along in the planning stage, then it's not a bad idea to start to build support and have just kind of background introductory meetings with some of the federal agencies just to tell them what the plans are. But I think you do have to do it in the right time, because if it's something that's, kind of a pipe dream and there's been no planning, no feasibility study, then you're right. Then I think everyone says, okay, we'll come back when you have a real project. But at some point in time, I think you can be you can have completed a plan, you can have a good, kind of a good roadmap, and then that could be a good time to go in. So it's a little bit nuanced.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Chris, do we have anyone else federally that's helping us from a lobbying standpoint?
So we still have Mr. Kurland, I believe. Anybody beyond that, Daphne? Those are the two.
Okay, so then my next question would be, are we coordinating?
I'll turn that to Daphne to answer. She's the liaison I have to those folks.
Thank you. And yes, Commissioner Sorensen, we're working on, I'm working on divvying up the project assignments between the two firms. Mostly transportation will be with Aiken Gump. Our water projects, stormwater projects would primarily be with Alcalde and Fay with Maurice Kurland. We're still working out the kinks in divvying out those projects, but I think it's best that we have some type of matrix with the funding that's available as the solicitations come down the pike.
Okay, so it'll be kind of category based. Okay, all right,
Correct.
thanks. Thanks, Chris.
All right, very good. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. We move on to CF2, Northwest. Northwest.
That's the
What's that?
Mayor had an echo.
echo. It's like,
Did I say something wrong?
Say it again, Mayor. It was kind of
Okay.
strange.
Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Agency CRA project status update. Who will be giving that presentation? Clarence?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Clarence will be walking through this presentation of the current projects in the CRA.
I noticed, Clarence, there are a number of projects that have been aging out.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. The report you have before you is broken out into three sections. We have projects that have been completed. We have projects that are in progress, and then we have projects that are assigned but not yet started. What's your preference? We can look at the projects that are in progress first.
We'll talk about your successes.
You want to talk about the successes?
Yeah.
All of the ones that have been completed?
Give me some highlights.
So as far as the completed projects, we have a number of completed projects. And those are highlighted by, just a second. One in particular, the YMCA, it's actually on the project started but not completed yet, but that project has been complete. We have a number of different projects, invasive species, which is a brewery, Brody Family Investment, which is the guitar broker over here in Progresso Village. We have a number of different ones. Highlight the ones that you know of.
Clarence, why don't you highlight the ones that have some significant investment in them, like the ones that are over $400,000 of investment from the CRA, as a way to make that list manageable?
All right, you have Northwest 6 investment, which is 1.4, and that's Sistrunk Marketplace. That is complete as well. We have River Garden Townhouses, which is 25 townhouses that have been completed. Jack and Jill, $2 million, that's been completed.
That's the school, right?
Yes, that's on Broward Boulevard. And as we look at the projects that are in progress, the one projects that are in progress but not yet completed, there's only one that I would actually bring to your attention. All of the others, you have about 14 projects. All of the others are actually in progress or in process. There's only one that we would identify and maybe recommend defunding, and that's VNR Enterprise.
What page is that, Clarence?
That's on, I guess that's page 1 of the progress in projects.
Is that Exhibit 1?
Yes,
Page
actually Exhibit 2. That's
Exhibit 2? Okay,
Exhibit 2.
thanks. And what page is that?
1.
Thanks.
VNR Enterprise, we've been working, trying to get that project going. Unfortunately, it doesn't have enough funding at this point in time, and we've sought different funding opportunities for this particular project, and still working on some, but this is one we may have to forego.
So 6 months from when? It says CRA will terminate in 6 months if funding requirement is not met. 6 months from what date?
I think we did this, it was as of 6/15, as of 6/15.
So then as of December 15th?
June
No, but I'm
6th.
saying as of coming December, if funding is not met, then we're going to pull the plug? As of
Yes.
December 15th?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happens to the $8,593 that we've already given them?
That money actually is money that we've put into plans and, pre-development.
So if we pull the plug, we're just stuck for the $8,593?
It would appear so, sir.
Okay. So that would be $341,408 that we would
What kind of business was that?
recoup.
Yes.
What kind of business was that?
That was going to be the banquet facility and, I guess,
With an apartment up
banquet
above?
facility.
Wasn't there an apartment up above or
Yes,
something?
it had 4 apartments up
4 apartments, right.
on the top.
Thanks.
Is this the one where the father died
Yes,
and they're trying to regroup?
yes.
So what type of considerations did we put into play since the main principal died, what, about 8 months ago, 6 months ago?
I'm not sure how long. I think it was a little longer than that. But what we've done is, so we actually had this project go to bid. We put it out for bid, and I'm thinking it's because of the increase in cost after the pandemic and whatnot, materials and everything. It came back at $1.1 million. So we were looking for other ways to be able to supplement the funding for this project. We put in an application at South Florida Regional Planning Council. They have a $500,000 loan program that we tried applying for this particular project, and we have not gotten any indication as to whether or not they will help us. So there is some willingness on their behalf to try to make up that delta. They're saying that they can put an additional $200,000 in, but it still doesn't give us the amount of money we need in order to actually get it developed. Now, there is another consideration. This project also had Davis-Bacon wages associated with it. So if we remove that money and get it bidded again, we can see if it'll come somewhere much south of $1.1 million. So those are some of the considerations that we have looked to try and see if we can continue to move forward with this project.
Well, but how long does it take this to happen? I mean,
We're in the process of, again, we have an application in at South Florida Regional Planning Council. We did that about how long ago, Elaney?
is there anyone here representing the applicant? And
I don't think the applicants
Probably
are
not.
aware of what we're doing today
No.
on any of these projects, but
yeah,
a question would be to you, since it's being presented to us. When was the last time you spoke with the applicants?
So I got an email from them while I was out of town.
Yeah, but I saw them at a red light too. I saw the sun.
Uh-huh.
He was saying, what's going on with my project? I'm like, give Clarence a call. So why don't you reconvene with them, see if
Yes.
they're still interested, since we have so much initial layout, and come back and give us a status. It's one thing to say that June 15th, and then 6 months from that, it's going to terminate, but I would like to see what type of dialogue we've had and where the shortfalls are. If the Davis-Bacon is going to come off the table, what's that number? It's going to get us closer to getting it done, because that's you know where the police substation is, Mayor? It's that, Mayor,
what's that?
police substation.
Yeah.
It's that big two-story building there with all the mold and stuff on it. But it's an eyesore right in the middle of everything that's about to happen. So I'd really like to see us.
All right, so just have a meeting, say, is
Come
it going
back.
to happen, is it not? If not, I don't know if the city commission has made a decision on whether or not it wants to give another $500,000 towards this, but at least let us see what efforts they have made since the father has passed away. Was the father the pivotal key man in making this happen? And, because there are other projects on a list that could be viable.
Yeah.
That could use this money. So if you can come back to us at our next meeting and let us know what's going on there.
We'll follow up.
So Clarence, other than this one that we're talking about, obviously solid soccer, that the funding is in process. There's 14 items on this exhibit, incentive projects that are in progress. So just the one we've discussed, and we'll have that discussion, and then the other one is the funding in process. The others you feel comfortable are a go.
Yes, we are. They're at different stages of the
Yes.
process.
Okay. So Mayor, I would love if Clarence could actually go through the ones that are in Exhibit 3. These are assigned but not started as of June 15th, and I think there's some discussions there, but
Well, my feeling is that if we made the decision to allocate money, and if something is more than 5 years old and they haven't started yet, I think it's time that we decide not to go forward with it. Because COVID or not, we're past that. It's no longer a viable excuse. If they don't have the resources or the talent to move forward with it, I know there's so many other people that are looking for money that could make things happen. God bless them that they tried, but we can't keep holding on to them forever. So I just used 5 years as an arbitrary number, but a number should be established in your mind as to what is a reasonable amount of time by which to give these people a good faith effort to get their business going. Other than that, we need to move on.
Yes, and I don't think any of these projects have been here for 5 years, but I understand exactly what you're saying. There should be a date in which we are able to move on. The thing is that we are in constant contact with most of these projects, and they are, again, at some point within the pre-development process where they have spent money, and they are moving forward, and for whatever reason, they have not been able to get to the point to where they're actually breaking ground. Again, we are in contact with them, and we are trying to work through some of the issues. The large-scale projects are, that's somewhat expected. It's the smaller projects where I would agree that, if they have not moved in 3 to 4 years, then we need to make a decision. And if you look at, some of the projects that are on here, like Jamaican Jerk Shack, who is here, by the way, they need additional funding. They need about another $175,000, which we probably will come before you if you allow us to ask.
Well, we're aware of that issue, but some of these other issues, I think you're the manager, you're the director of the department, you're entitled to making an executive decision as far as what you feel is the cutoff date, because we need your assistance in moving this forward. Because we have a sunset date on
Yes.
CRA, right? So this gravy train doesn't last forever.
Yes, and that is becoming more and more of an issue, our sunset date, where we are being a little more critical with respect to the projects that are in progress, even the new ones that we are entertaining now. We are being more discerning on how we actually
Okay.
move forward.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question, Clarence. So when it comes to sunsetting, right? I know we inquired as a commission about reaching out to the county to see if they would extend. Where are we with that? And number two, let's say I have a project. I'm building a hotel, 7th Avenue. And I get started the last year of before sunsetting.
Right.
What happens to that project? Explain that to me. What happens? Can that project still be fulfilled, or does the shelf life date and nothing has been allocated? Explain how that works to me or to the layperson.
We fully anticipate having projects that are, again, somewhere in the process, whether it's in the pre-development process or at some point in the actual building of the development. I think what we would do is we would go to the county, and just as we did with Central Beach, the Beach CRA, and ask for an extension, even if it's not for a continuation of the TIF. And I know we've had some conversations as to whether or not we would allow for the CRA to continue, even if it's just with the city's TIF. But regardless as to whether or not it's the city's TIF or the county TIF continues to go into the redevelopment trust fund, we believe that we would get a favorable decision from the county in allowing for the projects that are in process to continue until they are completed.
I think that's been our understanding, Commissioner.
So I would like to see. I think what the mayor said was pretty interesting. When he asked you, what are your successes? And I know you stumbled out of the gate because you're trying to read from the sheet that we have. But when people ask me about what's going on in the CRA, I'm quick to talk about, projects that have been completed years before you. We could talk about the motorcycle place that we have over here. We could talk about the marine industry on Sunrise. I mean, there's like 10 projects right in that block we could talk about. Then we can go down to Trump Market. We can go down to 613. We can go down to Felipe Yale's project being approved, hopefully coming out of the ground later on. Then we can go down to Donna's almost finished. We could talk about Smitty's. We could talk about the YMCA. We could talk about the trap that's coming up. We could talk about all these exciting things that are here. So when he asks you that question, you should be able to just run down that list and tell me about all these exciting things, because these exciting things are what he wants to hear, so that this list can be either supported or we take away to try to make sure we can meet those deadlines. So, I mean, try to have those projects, ready to go and highlight it, because there's some exciting ones. The All Ridge, I mean, I can go on and on. The Larimore, I can go on. The Comfort Suites.
Yeah.
I can go on and on and on. And some people had some great projects, and we haven't heard anything about them doing it. And a couple of times we questioned them here, and they said, I have no intentions on doing any of the projects. I don't have the money to fund it. And we had just funded a project right across the street from 3 of the other projects. So these are some of the things that I would like to hear along the way so I can get a better understanding. I'm not in the operation side, but I'm just so excited when we start talking about progress and what the CRA has done in the last 8.5 years, at least since I've been here, and I'm sure Dean has a deeper dive. And the others who came on just want to know, what's happening, how exciting. I mean, look at Milton Jones' project, the Jerk Shack. How long have they been
Since
in play?
2019.
2019, and I think the Joneses control their construction and the build-out, right? They did in the beginning.
Yeah, that was in the beginning, but they have since.
Yeah, but all of that matters when we're talking about where we are and why do they want additional funds, and we can go on and on. There was another guy from Los Solos that wanted to do some type of, it wasn't a slushy, but it was, what was it, Bob Wojak, in that same plaza? And it failed. And then we had the Irish Bar. All these projects they had that were controlled by that developer. So these are the things I think we want to hear along the way so that we just don't say that they need $175,000. They've been held hostage by the developer. Now we're letting them go so they can get in and get the project done because they're still interested. And now here we are, and we need this lift that we're looking for now. I mean, there are some things that are happening there. There are some exciting things. I want to hear that, and that's a good question, Mayor, that you asked.
If I may, Commissioner.
You don't have to do it now because I want you to be excited when you do it.
Well, just to respond to your comment about me stumbling out the gate, there was a reason for that. I was trying to be very specific with respect to the question. He talked about some of the successes. In my mind, those were the completed projects. And we have a list of completed projects here, some which are probably not as significant that I could have just read from. Thankfully, the manager said just hit some that are, of a significant funding amount, which were more than $1 million. So I just
don't
kind of read through those.
Listen, don't take that. Just come back with some excitement. I need some excitement.
Well taken.
All right. Thank you.
I just have a
May I-
question, Clarence, too.
wait.
May I have some questions also?
Sorry. We're dismissing them. So when we award money to a recipient, I'm sure we have some sort of contract. Aren't there some deliverables in that contract saying you have to be done blank by blank? And then if they don't meet it, then we can, rescind the additional funds that are left and move on to a different project?
Yes, that's actually the idea. All projects have to have deliverables, and that is for them to develop what it is that they are requesting the funds for. I think the issue comes when a lot of the smaller projects that we do that are 350,000 or less, a lot of those projects, most of the time, they need a lot of hand holding because they're small mom and pop type businesses where we're providing them in most cases technical assistance and really helping them to actually get it done. So we sometimes get bogged down in helping them to complete their projects because, again, a lot of them, they just understand their business. They know what they do. They don't necessarily know all of the technical aspects of coming to an agency and getting funding, which we tell them it's like coming to a bank when you come to us. So we have to get them, to a point to where we could actually go before the advisory board, then come before this board of commissioners, and then, kind of hold their hand throughout the whole process. So that's why a lot of times, you don't see as much action because we're working with them. They're smaller businesses, and they need a lot of help.
Sure.
We don't have the biggest staff either.
Right. Well, I certainly support helping the smaller businesses. So if they need additional time, I support that as well, as long as they're progressing. So maybe their work schedule, it just looks different than the big business or something. Or let us know when there's a problem.
Will do.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So, Mayor, there are 13 projects listed on Exhibit 3, which are titled Assigned but Not Started. And I'm glad to see the milestones for each of these, Clarence. My question is, how much time do you give each project in between the milestones? In other words, do they have a deadline for each of these milestones?
So, yeah, so typically what happens is when again, after we go through that process, which the larger business, the bigger developers are a lot more savvy, and they're able to get through the pre-development process a lot easier. But what can create time in between us or you actually approving it and then them actually going and getting their entitlements through DSD, their permits, and then finally actually being able to build. A lot of times it's really just for them getting their funding together, their capital stack, and trying to get their best execution. So most of the larger projects, they are moving right in a timely fashion. But to answer your question, once we actually sit down and we get an agreement and you approve it, typically what we look to see is probably like an 18-month pre-development period, 18 to 24 months pre-development period, because it takes that long to go and get your entitlements, to say, okay, you can build what it is that you're looking to build, and then you have to get your permit, and then you have to get financing for the project. So none of these projects are, they don't just happen right away. They all have a significant amount of time until you see a groundbreaking.
Do you feel that there are any of these 13 projects? I see one has already been defunded, and the Marglip development. Did we allocate any funds? Did we expend any money on that yet at all?
Not yet, but
Okay, so go ahead.
yes, we've defunded it, and
But-
it's in the process of being defunded. But
Defunded.
we've already notified
Right.
the actual developer, sent out letters, certified letters, and the whole nine.
Do you have concern about any of the other 12 projects on the list of assigned but not yet started?
No.
You're comfortable with all of them?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to ask your opinion on something, because we just recently heard that the Crave Madness Jamaican Jerk restaurant has been delayed because they're being held hostage by the Jones Corporation. Are you of the same opinion? That they're being held hostage and that's why they're facing these delays?
I wouldn't characterize as being held hostage. Again, like I said, they're a small business, and they're working through the whole pre-development process. And
So they're not being held hostage, or they are being held hostage?
like I said, sir, I wouldn't characterize it in the same way.
Okay, thanks. I'm good, thanks.
But what's the similarity in my analogy of what's going on, since it's been a long time and they started out with those developers, not just picking on the Joneses. I'm just saying they started there, and we've seen this pattern with this particular developer where it's a longer process under their authorities, and typically the smaller business person drops out of the, let me stop using analogies that people can understand. They'll drop out of the process. So here, they spent years with the developer. Now they're going to get their own contractor to come in and do a build out.
Yes.
Not build a building, a build out.
Yes.
So that 18 to 24 month period that you so eloquently express how long it takes before you get your entitlements, they were with them a little longer than that, or right at, and now they're going somewhere else, plus the pandemic and the economy. So when I use words like hostage, they were just under the authority of the developer, like as most of these projects are. I saw Robert Lockery walk in a few moments ago, right? He has two projects in my district, the Aldridge and I think the Larimore. Similar but bigger.
Yeah.
$1 million projects that are facing some of the same analogies and same market trends and downturns and what have you. But I had him go out and revisit them. Hopefully he has an answer for me the next week or so of where we are with those projects.
But actually, they're going to be before you at the CRA meeting this afternoon.
Okay. Yes, want to know
Yes.
but again, so hostage and authority of the developer is the analogy I was trying to use, just so I can make that clear to the people that can't understand, what hostage and authority is in this analogy. Thank you.
So in the
Thank you,
absence of
Clarence.
the mayor.
Thank you, Clarence.
Thank you.
Do you have anything, Commissioner?
Nope, we're good. Thanks.
Okay.
Go on to the next.
Yeah,
Good
so
work, too.
I do just want to say and weigh in on this, that this, I think, is something that should come back with some regularity, because what I was hoping to gain as guidance during this meeting was some criteria to put in place so that we can make some best judgment as to when projects are at a point that we should seriously consider defunding, because at some point these dollars need to be invested into somebody's hands to make a difference in the CRA. And if we get to a point of no return with a project, we don't want that to be at the last month before 2025 and the CRA sunsets. So be thinking about that, because one of the things that we all will be seeking from you is some of that criteria that we can use to say, gosh, between steps 3 and 4, if it's, if they went into one step in November of 2019 and here we are in 2022 and we haven't been able to get a step done, then I start to get questions as to whether or not that project gets done. So we can leave it at that for today, but just that's a discussion that's going to be warranted at some point.
But you know what also would be helpful, Chris, on the exhibits that we had? And by the way, Clarence, this has been very helpful, the way you broke it down and gave us the information. But what I'd like to see actually is a column that shows when they received CRA approval, when the commission approved the project. That would be very helpful, because a lot of the information that we have in front of us really goes just basically from the start date being when everything was signed, sealed, and delivered and ready to go. It would be, I think, helpful to know the date that the commission approved the project. That gives us more of a timeline.
That date is it's there. It says date awarded.
Hold on one second. I'm looking at the.
Yeah, if you look
Look
at
at
the
the
top.
I got you towards the end. Okay, my bad. Thank you. Date awarded. Gotcha.
And also, this is the status report is something that we provide every quarter. So it is available to the Board of Commissioners every quarter. And we can provide it at a greater frequency if that is the desire of the board.
Well, Chris, what about just staff making recommendations as these projects continue on and these quarters go by and we are getting closer to sunsetting? Maybe we just need to have some recommendations that it's time to pull the plug, and then we can look at each case individually.
Certainly, if that's
It's easier than looking at 13 projects at one time.
if that's what you all would like as a recommendation, that's easy to do.
Yeah.
I was cautioned a little bit by just assuming that that was the case because the commission approved these projects. I would think that the commission, acting as the body, as actually the board of the CRA, would want to weigh in as to if it were to be defunded. But we can absolutely come with a recommendation that you can react to.
Well, for me, it would just be easier, and then we would take each one. Right now, it looks like there's only 13 that are on this list, this exhibit of assigned but not yet started.
And I think they're all unique, so I would like to really have staff talk to the person who we've awarded the money to. Maybe they don't want to continue, and then we can, that's an easy decision. But if they do want to continue, maybe there are some more deliverables of what we are going to do to help them, finish it or start it, I guess. And then maybe there are some best practices with some other CRAs around the state where they do something. I don't know if we need a set of criteria that's so objective that there's no leeway for us to really, I don't want to hurt somebody in the process. I want to help them, especially if it's a new young business trying to start up and they need a little extra support.
Completely agree.
Chris, I think once a month, if we could get, just an update on this, it'd be great. Just, Clarence, just kind of update it and push it out to us. It'd be great. I think it's very helpful what he's done.
And especially if milestones have not been met.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions from the Vice Mayor? You're good?
Nope, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Did you want to say something? Okay. Okay, we have CF3, discussion of food and beverage service on the beach. Have a couple people who signed up to speak. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sarah Spurlock, Nighttime Economy and Beach Business Improvement District Manager. The city manager's office has been meeting for the last several months with the hoteliers on Fort Lauderdale Beach. They've struggled for years to compete with other coastal community hotels who are able to offer food and beverage service on the beach like they do at their pool, for example. So what we've, in 2015, actually, the City Commission passed an ordinance that established a program that allowed vendors to serve food and beverage on the beach, and it just never got any traction. We had little to no participation, so as a result, we still have no food and beverage on the beach. So we're proposing a program that will better serve hotel guests, but also the public. So we're proposing to allow the hotels to serve food and beverage, including alcohol, to their guests that are sitting in the city's chairs and any member of the public that's sitting on the city's chairs directly in front of the hotel.
So nothing will be cordoned off, there won't be special areas, there won't be areas where the public cannot be.
That's what we're proposing,
Okay.
yes. So we're just looking for, and there's a number of hoteliers here to speak about it if you want to ask them any questions, but we're just looking for specific direction from you all so we can prepare an ordinance change.
Can I add just a little bit to the presentation before we go to questions? So just by way of a little bit of background, we've met and formed up a good working group of the general managers at the hoteliers at our beach. And in meeting with them and asking the question, what would make your life better? What takes our world-class beach and makes it even classier? And the first thing that everybody said was we have to be able to compete with offering people the opportunity to eat and drink on the beach. Right now, what happens just generally, I guess, is that since it's not available on the beach, the pool decks can keep a lot of people there because all of these things are offered at the pool deck. They're just not offered across the street on the sand. And so there's been a history, I guess, and this predates me, but there's been a history with former managers about it being a public beach and whether or not this was a good idea, whether or not this was treating people who stay at the hotels differently than the members of the public. I've heard a resounding level of support from the hoteliers that this is what it takes to make our beach even that one notch better. They were talking about average daily rates about a year ago and said, for a beach that we aren't able to offer these services on, we're really, with the fact that we're at $700 to $1,100 a night for an average daily rate was just a fabulous number. But they even think that they can go better from there. So the reason I want to be clear as to why this is in front of you this afternoon is because over the summer, Sarah, in consultation with the manager's office and the city attorney, will be putting some significant time into drafting this ordinance that would come before you on August the 16th in first read and the first meeting in September in second read. And just because the commission, historically, as I understand it, has not always been in favor of this, that I wanted to come on an afternoon meeting and just have you all tell me, yeah, Chris, sounds like a great idea, proceed. And if you do that, then you'll have an ordinance before you on the 16th of August. Or if you say, gosh, you're reading it wrong, Chris, we just wanted to know now before we put in a lot of work over the summer on it.
Chris, I like this idea. So just a couple questions and maybe you already know the answers to this and I just don't. So would the services be only open, or Sarah, services only be open to hotel guests, or could members of the public order as well?
Yeah, I think in order for us to keep consistent with it being a public beach, it would be anybody who would be, and I hate to say that a chair on the beach is similar to a table at a restaurant, but to the extent that you're occupying a chair on the beach, you would be eligible for service,
But you would have to pay for that chair or cabana. In other words, if you're a hotel guest, you don't think you have to pay for that chair or cabana.
Pay for it as an amenity.
Is part of the amenities. But if you're not,
Yeah, you pay directly to the concessionaire.
you would pay separately for the chair or the cabana, and then you would be eligible for the food, soft drink, or alcoholic beverage.
But you pay for that chair and cabana now anyway, without the food.
Yes.
Do you?
Yes.
Is it incorporated as part of your hotel charge?
No, I'm talking about the public who's not staying at the hotel. It was confusing what you just said. If a member of the public not staying at the hotel wants a chair and cabana, they pay for that.
Yeah, that I
That's what I'm
understand.
saying. That's all.
Yeah. It's always been the case.
Yes.
Okay, great. So that makes sense. What hours of operations are we talking about?
That's something we'll bring we're working with the hotels there. Uniquely, and I don't want to put numbers out there, but they don't want it to start too early in the day, and they also don't want it to end too late in the day.
Got it.
And a lot of the same serving principles that happen at their establishments would happen on the sand as well. That requires safe serving and serving to those that are of the correct age, not over serving. And in some cases, there's no individual shots of alcohol that happen on the pool deck, and that would be transitioned to the same rules that would happen on the sand. So the hours that we've been talking about were not lengthy into the evening. They want the people to enjoy themselves during the day, but then go back to their room and freshen up and join them in a restaurant for dinner. So it's not intended to have people sit and stay on the beach all day.
Okay. And
Or all night.
Or all night, correct.
and just
So
for
you'll have to have your party somewhere else.
I'll have to cut it off at some point and then move on.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, I'm in bed by that time, so it's a natural ending. And just for all of us in public, remind us of the current policy on alcohol on the beach right now and variations to that, and then what would it be for this?
Correct. Right now, alcohol is prohibited on our beach, so not allowed. I can't say
Except
that
on
that's
special
hidden.
occasions and certain holidays.
Correct. When you all by action allow it to be at the air show, for example, or Tortuga.
Yep.
So this would change that, and devil will be in the details, as the city attorney would tell you, and how it's written. But this would change that to allow those that have a license to serve in a hotel setting, lodging setting, that would transition or transfer and also now include that area which is across from the hotel on the sand.
And the alcohol and food has to be consumed at that chair. You can't
And and probably limited to not being anything seaward of the mean high water line. So, you would have a certain portion of the beach that would be eligible, but not those areas that would be, seaward of certain tidal geographic things that we look at for where things could be provided.
Okay.
So if you wanted to take your dirty martini to the shoreline with the three.
Shaken, not
You
stirred.
can't.
I can't, there's only so far I can go.
At the chair, yeah.
Limiting.
I think it has to do with where it's actually served, not where you could
Yeah, I
take it.
think
So you
you
probably
can
have to get to the landward side of that line, get your martini,
Get
and
it.
then walk to
Then walk to it.
to the ocean, right?
It's actually geofenced.
Asking a lot. Asking a lot. I can navigate through it.
Your ankle bracelet will probably go off the minute.
Taking, I get a subtle shock
Exactly,
when that
you'll
happens.
get a little,
and-
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I'm not in a chair, and I'm on a beach towel, am I eligible? 'Cause you keep saying,
With what's been talked about so far, no.
I can Uber
It would be tied to
I can order food right now
To a
and get it
place.
delivered right to the sand to me.
Wait, say that again, say it
I
again.
can order food right now
Yeah,
and have it delivered to me on the sand.
correct.
I can order a bottle of alcohol right there and have it delivered on the sand. They have liquor
Wait, what-
services now that I have an app that can do these things.
Oh, okay.
So wherever I am, I can get those amenities. So I'm asking if I'm laying on my beach towel, or does the chair qualify me to get food and beverages? I just want a clarification.
What we've talked about thus far is
Hotels are
the
here
chair.
too, so they might want to chime in.
And they may want to. What I would
Tell us
point out
what
though,
it
in your
is they're looking for, because they all have reached out to us to tell us that they want us to embrace this. But I would like to know a little bit more about what are the expectations. So we keep talking about if I'm in a chair,
Mhm.
but if I'm on a beach towel, can I get the same services? I mean, I'm still in your hotel. Can I still order? Or is the chair the
Sarah, what do you think about that?
maybe the
Well,
city attorney wants to weigh in.
That's one of the issues that we had raised, because we'd raised it before previous years, and this harkens back to 1999 when we actually had some litigation dealing with the newspaper vendors, if you remember, at the beach. That is, the commissioner brings up a good point, because you are essentially telling John Q. Citizen that he or she cannot have alcohol on the beach unless they pay for a chair. So there's two aspects to it. There is that one aspect. The other aspect is you may have, once you open up the beach to have some commercial activity in this regard, you may be opening up, and that's the risk, to other vendors also saying, well, I want to be able to serve alcohol and food on the beach. And then they come to you and say, well, no, we're only allowing the hotels to do that for this small geographic area, says, well, I want to do it in this small geographic area, why can't I? And then that's when you get into Fourth Amendment issues. So we've had these, when the initial program that never really took off came on board, those were the objections we had at the time, and the cautionary notes, because you can do it, but one of the byproducts may be that it opens up your beach to alcohol consumption.
All right. All right,
So, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, so I just wanted to know, Sarah, and first of all, I want to say thank you to all the hotels that are here and for the great job you do, and I'm glad business is back, and it's terrific, and I hear nothing but good things, so congratulations on that. So we heard you say how important it is for us to be competitive with our neighbors to the north and south. So we're not reinventing the wheel here, so these issues that Alan just mentioned, or other issues of alcohol, or enforcement, or behavior, has that been an issue to the north and south of us, whether we're talking about the rest of our county or Miami-Dade or Palm Beach County hotels on the sand?
I can speak to Miami Beach. Alcohol is prohibited on Miami Beach, but they still serve it.
Yeah, they're openly violating their.
Right, okay, and so then what about to the north?
I don't believe alcohol is allowed on the beach, but I am not, it might be the same situation as Miami.
Okay, all right.
Well, I know, I go to Cocoa Beach, my mom has a place up there, but they allow alcohol on the beach, you can't bring kegs. But they bring couches too, so they're trying to get away with that. So there is some issues when you allow
Couches.
alcohol on the beach. They do it, yeah, it's the kids. So obviously other beaches do it. We may need to say, maybe it's a size or something that is in our ordinance, or look at the other cities, on our coastal cities.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I'm saying, what if I choose not to get a chair? Can I order my food from a towel? That's all I'm saying.
And keep in mind that
The other stuff you're talking about, I mean, it comes into play, but right now we're trying to embrace the idea of food and beverages. And if I'm staying at the hotel, can I consume or purchase from my hotel food and beverages? Is the issue, am I correct? So I don't want to distort it with all the other things that came out of it, but I just want to, can I get on my beach towel?
So
On my
Commissioner
chair.
McKenzie, in response to that, we're trying to put together a system that makes alcohol consumption on the beach controllable, and that we don't get
Okay.
into a 1980s Fort Lauderdale Beach kind of situation. So whether or not we allow alcohol for folks that bring their own towel and chairs, I guess, we ask you for direction about that.
Well, we have a few people who have signed up to speak who would
Mayor,
like
can I
to
just,
give us direction.
I'm sorry, while Sarah's here, can I just ask one? Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Sarah, if I could just request that between now and August, when this comes back to us, that you also just reach out to the Central Beach Alliance and just get some neighborhood input on this. I think they need to also be at the table, so we can just get a little bit of that local participation. I would appreciate that. And then I did have one other thought, but it just escaped me. But I definitely think that we need to talk to the neighborhood association. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question too, Sarah, before you leave. So are we only talking today about the properties that will impact the hotels, or are we talking about all of Fort Lauderdale Beach that's public?
It would be the area of the beach that the city has their chairs in, which is essentially from Bahia Mar to Sunrise.
Okay, so just that section.
Yeah.
So north of Sunrise, we don't, and forgive me, I don't know our ordinance, we don't allow vendors to set up chairs or serve alcohol, or not alcohol, food north of Sunrise?
Correct.
Is that something we want to ever consider, or we're just looking at the properties in front of the hotels now? I guess I don't know why we don't allow the chairs and the food.
Well,
north.
don't the Galt buildings own their own beach there?
Well, yeah, but I go further than Sunrise. So, so Sunrise to Oakland is, I mean, there are homes there, so they probably
their
wouldn't want that. There's only that one public access.
You have the Pelican
you have the
Hotel. What do they
Pelican.
do? What does the Pelican do?
Pelican has a
It's
private beach, I believe, and I believe the beach that's south of that is the beach that's adjacent to Birch State Park, so it's got some
They have-
state oversight on it, because there's also the Bonnet House Beach, which is different than
Yeah, I don't think
Right,
we
a
I
beach
think-
as well.
well,
So
we
there
may
are
just
beaches that are
need
carved
to look
out.
into it.
Right.
And there is that one public area at Oakland where Steve and I meet. I mean, I don't know if a vendor could come in and maybe offer some chairs or something. That may be a nice amenity. I don't know. So I am in favor of it, and I think we can draft something that works for everybody. We'll start with the hotels, but maybe look at our whole beach. And I think we can manage it. And if we have to, we just change it back. And be a little bit.
Okay.
And my last concern is the no smoking on the beach. If we pass that ordinance as a city, are we going to carve out these areas that the hotel is now using for, the food and beverage? Or are they still subject to the no smoking on the beach?
It's all still a public beach.
I would,
I would think. My initial,
Could it do?
my initial reaction is it's all still a public beach.
all
So
still
it would be
public beach.
applied across the whole beach. Is that City Attorney?
We'll
agrees?
draw a line in the sand.
Okay, thank you.
Line in the sand. Are we equipped with safety issues crossing A1A from each of the hotel properties? Is there any concern there at all in terms of having enough crosswalk areas, lights?
I think there definitely is a concern, and
Yeah.
that's something else that we need to work through
Yeah.
this summer to figure out how we can better
Yeah,
do that.
I think it's important that we get a handle on that before it becomes a problem.
Yep.
That's it for me, Mayor. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm also in favor.
Okay, so, thank you, Sarah. We have three people signed up to speak. Bobby Pearson, Mazen Zella, and Tomas Vago. Is Bobby here? Oh, yeah, she is. You have really nice penmanship, Barbie.
She's an artist.
She's an artist.
Hi, I'm concerned about it. I had given you all, I'll give you my presentation that I had. I'm real concerned about the alcohol on the beach. It shouldn't be served on the sand, and it's a monetary transaction. You're selling liquor to be delivered on the beach. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's also asking for behavior problems on the beach with people who can't control themselves. I don't think it's a service that is necessary on the sand. There are many places that they serve food on their decks, the Sun Tower, the Pelican Grand, the Atlantic, the Ritz, the Hilton. They all have little decks on their property and their restaurants or whatever that they serve. I don't think they need to be running across the street delivering to people on the sand in a chair. And South Beach does not do it as well in Miami. And as they said, many hotels, they have resort fees that pay for the chairs. So how are you going to determine if they've paid the resort fee or they have to have their key with them or whatever? And also, we have the Perry family, they have concessions on the beach. How will that affect their concessions? The other thing is, the beach side doesn't have the buildings, and your Bonnet House and Bahia Mar do not allow buildings on the beach side. I feel like it's a precedence. You're starting to set up things on the beach. Next thing, it's going to be buildings. And we want to protect our beach. It's a public beach. Our beaches are unique. They're California style. They're not Cabana style with everything on the sand. I really don't agree with this, and I don't feel we need to privatize the beach areas in front of the hotels. And as our attorney mentioned, we're opening up a can of worms as far as other legal issues. So I really am not for it. Especially when they're right across the street, they can walk and get their food. And you're talking discriminatory practices, and why are the hotels north? How come certain areas could do it, can't? I think there are a lot of things to consider, and especially the alcohol on the beach, I don't think is a good thing. So please consider all these issues. I know you want what's best for the hotels, but I don't think this is it. And I am very happy with the hotels. I sell things there, and, I want things to be good for it, but I don't think this is the right thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can I ask a question, Sarah? Where are you? If this was approved by the city commission, would the hotels be allowed to set up a cabana so they wouldn't have to keep crossing the street? Would they be allowed to set up a bar or some kind of servicing station so that they could service the beach area without having to cross the A1A?
Yeah, ideally, yes. In Miami Beach, they actually have solar-powered huts that sit right on the beach. But if you're familiar with Miami Beach, it's a much wider beach than ours. So that's something that I've started to have conversations with DSD. It would involve state input as well about what exactly we could allow on the sand.
Okay, thank you. You know,
Chris?
and we keep mentioning other beaches like Miami Beach or Palm Beach, whatever. I honestly think that those aren't our competition. I think our competition happens to be beaches in other countries that do offer the similar services. And when people come to travel here from, say, Turkey or Greece or Italy and Spain that have these same amenities, I think a lot of people compare that experience to our experience, and if they don't see it here, I think that's the competition, not so much what's going on north or south of Fort Lauderdale Beach. Anyway, Mazen Zala,
Mayor, I just had a quick question for Chris, if I could. Well, Chris, is there a way to kind of, if we move forward with this, kind of evaluation term, and so kind of we can adjust and as we go?
Yeah, you all as policy setters can set a time to revisit. You
Yep.
could
yeah, it
implement
should be
something
a
in.
wait and see kind of thing.
I think we
Give
should,
like
yeah.
a 1-year license and see how that works.
Evaluate how this is
Yeah.
going. Okay.
Mr. Zala is from the Four
Correct.
Seasons. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Mazen Saleh. I'm the general manager of the Four Seasons, and together with the hoteliers who are with me here today, we just wanted to make ourselves available to. I think Sarah put it very well. What we're trying to achieve to hopefully be able to offer some sort of service to our guests. And as you mentioned, Mayor, some of our guests that do come into the city are well traveled, and we get compared a lot when they do come here. I'm staying at a 5-star property. What do you mean I can't get a salad on the beach? What do you mean I can't enjoy a glass of wine if I'm sitting on the beach? So what ends up happening is all our guests sit on the pool deck and overcrowd the pool deck and not enjoy the one thing that they come here to enjoy. And then when they're looking at revisiting the next time, they're looking at other options where they can get full service, be it on the beach or on the pool, and get the service that they're accustomed to at other 5-star properties around the world. So we hope we would be able to work out something where we are able to offer some sort of service. There'll obviously be certain limitations or certain considerations we'd want to take into for our city, but we're here and available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay.
Have you thought much about what it would look like? Let's say I'm not staying at your hotel, but I would like to come down and sit on the beach on one of the chairs. Or have you thought about what that would look like for the public to maybe come down and rent a chair for the day?
So, absolutely. So currently that's managed by the concessionaire that is employed through the city. So the same process continues. We don't wish to change that process at this time. We just want to be able to offer that service to the people sitting out there on the chairs. And I think the part where we consider chair and umbrella versus having a towel on the sand came into, we also want to be able to control what goes on there. In terms of it's our liquor license at stake, and we want to be able to know who we're serving and be able to have some sort of control around that, if that clears it out a little as to why chair versus not chair. But we're open to other suggestions should you have any.
And would you want to have some type of a stand like on the beach, like a
If it allows it, ideally, it would make service a lot easier. And to your point, Commissioner, as well, when you mentioned going back and forth on the street, that will reduce a lot of the traffic. But we will find a way around it should that not be possible, either aesthetically or due to the size of the beach. I've worked at both of our locations. I know we don't want to compare north and south of us, but I've worked at both of our locations there, and we do have in Bal Harbour and in Palm Beach County some sort of service on the beach for our guests. And in one of the locations, we actually have a small service station that is mobile that we can remove in hurricane situations as well.
So I think, Chris, that's something we have to contemplate as, you know, a service station or something if we do this. Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thomas Vago. Thomas, who's been to many, many hotels.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Thomas Weigel, currently the general manager of the Hilton Fort Lauderdale Beach Resort. And as we mentioned, as Mazen mentioned it before, it is not just coming from us. We are in hospitality, and we have surveys which come through on the hotel channels. And tourism is one of the major part of Fort Lauderdale. And when people come to Fort Lauderdale, they really want to experience world-class service. And while they are in the hotel, in the pool deck, when they go to the beach, in many other destinations, it's a resort experience. And we call ourselves resorts because the beach is part of it. For our customers, it doesn't really matter if it's a public beach or who beaches, they want to have the same service, what they're expecting, what they're experiencing in other countries. As a European, I can tell you that yes, France, Spain, Portugal does it very differently. And the last year and a half, I would say 3 years, we really were able to elevate our destination. Look at the Conrad now we have. We have the Four Seasons opening as well. And I really just want to talk to our guests who would require that service. And when we talk about sitting on a chair or sitting on a towel, to answer your question, we are in hospitality. If I have to say no to one of my guests, I would be not in hospitality. So what we want to do is to say yes and make sure that they are well taken care of, and we have an amazing destination which competes and better than the other ones. That's all.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay,
Would
there
we,
being none. So,
okay, are we
is there a
still speaking?
sense of the commission as to, did you sign up, sir? You did not. See that lady in the pretty orange striped dress? Would you want to just sign your name up there? Swear to it that you're going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And please announce your name.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Robert Leclerc, the Conrad General Manager. And to answer the question about going back and forth to the beach, we do it quite a few times daily right now with all the towels going back and forth to the beach. So we don't see that as an obstacle. I did get a TripAdvisor yesterday saying that we should be able to get service at the beach, and we don't. So it is our customers telling us that. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Moving on to business one.
Mayor, I did just want to add my final thoughts. I was thinking about different places I've gone to, and we just went to Costa Rica recently, and they did have a whole separate bar staging area on the beach, separate from the rest of the hotel, and they had a special events. They also had a little music down there too, so I don't know if we want to allow them to do a little bit more than just the food and beverage, maybe have some kind of music for their section, but that was a nice, what they did too. And I was thinking about different places, you know, when we lived in Italy or whatever, going to the beach, and the beach was kind of the extension of the restaurant that usually sits right there too. And since our hotels are across the street from the beach, I think we need to do more to allow this to be an extension of the hotel so that you do have that whole experience. And so I do think we really need a separate food, beverage staging area on the beach side too when we're looking at this ordinance.
And Mayor, I have heard from the beach concessionaires that are actually in favor of us moving forward with this proposal as well.
Okay. Well, do we have a sense of the commission then as to how we want to direct the city attorney to come up with an ordinance to this effect? Is there consensus to move forward in this? At least in a wait and see kind of approach, like maybe a 1-year license to see how it works. Is that sufficient time for them to make the investment and to see how it works? Okay, I'm seeing nods from the audience. So if we can direct the city attorney to come up with an ordinance that would allow this kind of amenity to be added to the existing beachside amenity, then let's go forward with that. All right?
I would just say for the hours, just when the chairs are there, probably just during the daylight hours, right?
Right, daylight hours, say from 11 to 8.
Rise to sundown. I
I
mean, it
don't
changes based on the,
Yeah, we'll come back with a recommendation. I don't think they would even want to go to 8.
Well,
That's a
eight
little-
would not make sense in the winter, so.
Any couches?
I just heard
No
Tomas say
couches.
10 to
Yeah.
5.
No couches?
10 to 5.
I do think it's nice. I personally really like the beach this time of the year, right about 8 o'clock at night when it's a little cooler. So for those of us who have already had skin cancer, I think if we could at least have some food and beverage down there when we're not frying and baking in Fort Lauderdale, I don't know. So I would think about sunrise to sundown and not cut it off at 5. I know you want your people inside, but they eat later in the summer when it's light outside. So.
And 2, you could set the hours at whatever you want by ordinance, and that doesn't mean that they'd have to be there for the whole length of
Right.
time. You could offer a
Right.
service for a
After 5
shortened
o'clock,
window.
the party is at the commissioner's house.
I wish I had a big enough house.
Okay. Moving on to business one, let me just give a little introduction here. We may not really need to be discussing this, but so I haven't really had a chance to give a full explanation as to why I had asked this to be put on the agenda because of our sunshine law. So let me give you a little background. So at the end of March, as many of you know, thank you folks for being here today. Thank you. At the end of March, as you are aware, the city did we partnered with the county as well as the city of Miramar to go on a trade mission to the United Arab Emirates to participate in 2 trade shows as well as to have separate meetings with possible funding sources to see whether or not we could secure interest in those entities, including the sovereign wealth funds and so forth, to invest in the city of Fort Lauderdale, especially on some of our public works projects. That dialogue continues to happen, even to the effect that the Minister of Foreign Trade actually came to the U.S. last week and visited the city of Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and ultimately Washington, D.C. We felt that that was the beginning of a success. But as a consequence of our visit, we happened to be there at the same time as the end of the expo was taking place. This is a World's Fair. I don't know how any of you have ever been to a World's Fair before. I've been to quite a few. In this particular case, the United States Pavilion was probably one of the best pavilions I've ever seen at a World's Fair, let alone being one of the premier exhibits at this World's Fair. So you go into this exhibit hall, and there's this huge space, very mesmerizing, a globe, very scientifically high-tech, very, very exciting presentation. And when we walked out of it, my first thought, and along with others, was, wow, wouldn't this look great for our Museum of Discovery and Science? Because we're always looking for ways to upgrade the experience of mods, because I've always felt that we have a large space, but we don't really have a lot of programming that's geared towards adult viewers. So through the efforts of our city manager, we did a lot of back and forth discussing how much would it cost, what it would cost to buy it, bring it here, set it up, and all of that. And it started out at one price and then got up higher and higher and higher because what happened, of course, the expectations of what we needed went from just purchasing the exhibit to getting a turnkey operation. There are a lot of very positives about this. Number one, it would be an amazing new experience for our city and our visitors who come to our Museum of Discovery and Science to see something really mesmerizing as they walk into the space. It also would add a new dimension of the type of experience that you would get when you go to the museum. Right now, it's focused on sustainability and all kinds of things that relate to South Florida. This exhibit had more to do with space-age travel and possibilities and futurism, and it was really, really exciting. So, as it turns out, fast forward, the folks that designed this project actually live in Tampa. Joe Cox, who is the CEO of the museum, met multiple times with the originators and the creators of this exhibit. And it turns out that the exhibit's too large for our museum. Hard to think that way because we have such huge cavernous spaces in our museum, but apparently to get all the components in place and to get all the features to fit, we would need about a 30% enlargement of the museum in order to be able to fully accommodate the space. So my heart sank when I heard that because I thought it would be a great addition. You know, normally at the end of World's Fairs, they tear everything down and throw everything away because they're meant to last just that 1 year or so. The parts are not meant to last. The message doesn't usually resonate beyond just a few years. But in this case, I thought that the message was timeless and certainly would have a lot of application to what children and adults could learn by coming to our museum. So I'm going to give an example of how this same kind of readaptation has taken place. For those of you who are old men like me, who may have gone to the New York World's Fair back in 1964 and 65, the General Electric exhibit had a Carousel of Progress. Really amazing exhibit. I remember going through it several times. Well, you may have a deja vu experience when you go to Expo because the Expo bought the entire exhibit and they transported that pavilion to Kissimmee, and for the last 60 years you've all been seeing that same exhibit over and over again. So the concept of repurposing some of those World's Fair exhibits has a history, and I thought maybe we could replicate that history by being able to purchase something that would be far less expensive than it would be to recreate it ourselves. Well, as it turns out, in the conversation that we had with the creators, they have indicated that they could build a brand new one, a new concept, something that even more cutting edge, something that could be adapted to the existing space and for less money. So we just heard that this week, and so in thinking about the benefits of buying the Dubai exhibit versus getting one created strictly for ourselves, we thought had greater appeal than just trying to buy up the existing exhibit. So the reason why I had originally asked that this business one be put on the agenda was because I thought there might have been an opportunity for us to actually bring something as far-reaching and as really 22nd century visionary artistry to our city, but now I realize we can do something better. So unless any of you have any specific questions regarding this, I'm just going to ask that we pull the item. I feel that the city could probably do better. I've spoken with several members of the board of the Mods Museum, and from their representations to me, they are all in on helping to pay for the new exhibit. Perhaps looking for some buy-in from the city, perhaps, but at the same time, I think it started a conversation and helped pull the direction of the museum in a way that perhaps it had not previously envisioned. So in that context, you're hearing everything kind of in a nutshell, and so I welcome any questions you may have. But I think it kind of just we should just move on from that, and there's no further discussion. Even though Martha Gutierrez Steinkamp did sign up to speak, I'm not really sure we're going to move forward with the item. Does anyone have any questions?
I think I remember seeing you at that 1964 World's Fair on Long Island. That was on Long Island. I was there. I still have the program book. And the globe is still standing there.
Thank you.
On the site.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone have any questions?
I think it sounds interesting, so thank you for exploring it and bringing us back what you find out.
Thank you. Martha, did you want to say anything? Where are you, Martha? You're good? Okay. All right. Thank you. So I see there are members from the Mods Board here. Thank you for, agreeing to further explore this. I think it's would be a total game changer to our city and to the museum. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you to try to bring something like this to our city. I think it's going to be amazing once we're able to pull it together. All right. Having said that, moving on to business 2, this is the reimagining of Huizenga Park. I have a couple of people signed up to speak, but I believe the DDA is here. Jenny Morehund, are you going to speak on behalf of the organization?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm just going to pull this up real quick.
Well, Jenny's getting that pulled up. Maybe I could just set the stage real quick for this item and how it got to this agenda. The DDA came to the city with a reimagining Huizenga Park visionary type plan that they want to invest in as the DDA. They came to the city and are coming to the city to seek some funding over a period of time. The initial request was $5 million over 7 years. So we scheduled it for conference so you all could see what the DDA is thinking, and then hopefully at the end of Jenny's presentation, give me some direction as to your thoughts on city participation and how that might work or how that might look. And if you decide that you want to participate, then we'll just need to make that direction to our budget office so that they can make that
So the
modification.
DDA still owns the land, correct?
That is right.
Okay.
So with that, that's the framework of why we're here and how we're here. And we'll turn it over to Jenny. She's got a good presentation for you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Pleased to be here on behalf of our Board of Directors, and we do have a few board members here today, as well as our team from the DDA and John Millage. Today, I'll just be walking through, I think this is a really exciting project, and it deserves a presentation in front of you all. Many of you have seen a lot of these concepts already. We've had a series of public meetings and members at the Fort Lauderdale Parks and Recs Advisory Board, the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations, our downtown stakeholders and civic associations, and our partners in downtown, the Coalition, Riverwalk. We've been working on an exciting new vision to really bring Huizenga Park into its own. And so I'll walk through these slides here today. We've all been to Huizenga. We love it. It works really well for large events. It's really at the heart and soul of downtown in the Riverwalk District along Las Olas and Andrews Avenue. It's probably a 5-minute walk from the majority of our residential base, which has grown 57% in population since 2010. 3,000 new residents have moved to downtown Fort Lauderdale since the pandemic. So parks are certainly critical infrastructure for a growing downtown environment. Just by way of background, we built the park back in 1996, of course named it after Wayne Huizenga, all of the impact that he made from the business community through the philanthropic community in downtown. And starting just a couple years ago, we had a team of advisors to really help us think about how do we take the big ideas from almost a decade's worth of planning efforts that the city prepared from the Riverwalk District Plan, the New River Master Plan. Even back in 2019, we brought in experts from the Urban Land Institute to really talk about parks in an urban setting, which is quite a different discussion maybe than some of our neighborhood and more community parks, and worked with members of staff, all of our partners in downtown to think about how Huizenga could be an example of how we improve our public parks in downtown. Another thing that we did last year was study great urban park precedents from around the country. We looked at parks from 6 different cities around the US, and not just thinking about design and use, but what are the funding structures? What are the partnerships that are needed to keep parks clean, safe, activated, well-maintained now and into the long run? And so we have a great study that helped us really create a framework for taking on the reimagining of the park. And I mentioned we've had a close to 10 or more meetings and have started to engage with all our community members as we've kicked off early design concepts. So we're about a little over halfway through with our design process. We hired a globally renowned firm, Perkins & Will, with offices in Miami, to work with our board, with our stakeholders, to come up with this new vision. So I'm going to walk through a few slides to really showcase kind of the new exciting details of the park. This is our current site plan, and you're very familiar with the layout, with a band shell. Riverwalk kind of continuing from the water's edge, but if you're in the park, you might not know Riverwalk's there. If you're on Riverwalk, you might not know there's a park so, close to Las Olas. So some of our goals were to really ensure that the tree canopy and shade remains, and this is, if you can see around the current lawn, there's probably about 50 live oaks. It was important that we wanted to keep those, but create new ways to move and walk around the park, many more points of access from all four corners of this. And I mentioned earlier, this would be a good time. The DDA owns 2.1 acres of Huizinga Park. This entire design concept has always looked at almost the front door of the Museum of Art, to the entryway of the Hyatt Centric Hotel, to the River House condos, to the edge of the water, and even under Andrews Avenue Bridge. And that's about 4.4 acres in total. Some of the new amenities that we learned are very important for dynamic, high-use parks in urban settings is to have opportunities for food and beverage. We just talked about that for the beach and how to compete with wonderful cities around the country, but also for world-class parks, having opportunities through concessions and a restaurant that we're actually competitively soliciting for a restaurateur to build a restaurant in the southeast corner of the park in the land that the DDA owns. Also offering concessions, being able to go and maybe get a cup of coffee or a tea or a ice cream on hot days, and then having public restrooms. We want people to enjoy sitting in the park and in events in the park, and having a clean, well-maintained, and attended public restroom is very important for downtown and city parks. So the site plan, as I mentioned, maintains a ton of shade, a large civic lawn for community gatherings, for activities, but also what we're calling a series of outdoor rooms with different terraces, some that are more leisurely, some that have more activity, and fun kind of names. You could imagine these are outdoor rooms of a public space. Some of the critical pieces to keep were the fountain and integrating Riverwalk even more into the park and closer to the water, and really keeping the elements, the design elements of Riverwalk with the brick and wonderful trees and lighting and the canopy and banners overlooking the water's edge. So I'll hit through some of these renderings, which I think tell the story of what it would feel like if you were walking through the new and improved park. And some of the ideas are to have various levels where you can kind of get a maybe 3 to 4 foot rise, and you get these wonderful views to the park. So in addition to ADA compliant sidewalks that go through the park, there's these smaller elevated terraces. You can almost imagine kind of a comfortable, elegant European cafe sidewalk right in the park connecting to the civic lawn. We thought it was important to maintain, but also improve the Spirit of Fort Lauderdale fountain. That's a real iconic kind of notable gateway at Las Olas and Andrews Avenue. So we'll be improving the fountain, making it even more dynamic. These are some early concepts for the public restroom. We think it's important that this be designed at a level that is high quality, that shows that there's an investment in this important asset for the park, that it's safe, it's well lit, it's open, and attended to, as I mentioned. Some interesting ideas that you have areas that could look almost sculptural and artistic with a quarry, rock outposts. You could enjoy sitting on there. Kids can jump off of there, a small dog run. We know that it's so important for all of our downtown residents and visitors who have four-legged family members to have a dedicated space for dogs in the park. This is the idea for children's play area. So not to have necessarily traditional playground areas, but interesting moundscapes where kids of all ages could come and relax under the shade and climb. We've been working with our partners at the Broward County Cultural Division to look at the area under Andrews Avenue, under the bridge, and extend the lighting art exhibit that's currently being implemented on the bridge itself into a space that can be used for events, for programming, kind of a respite where it's always protected from the environment. So we're working with Broward County as well to maintain some of that area for storage and utility use, but then to also have a covered outdoor space. Next to the water's edge, just some interesting places where you could sit. You could be a remote worker and come and hold, your lunch meeting down in the park. We mentioned almost 3,000 students visit the Museum of Art every year. Oftentimes they go to the park, much like Mods with Esplanade, and having a space where people can enjoy. Really getting close to the water's edge. Right now, the Riverwalk is so beautiful along the full stretch of the 2 miles, north and south banks of the river, but creating even more opportunities where you could be right on the water's edge. And we have a bicentennial oak tree down there, making sure that that's preserved and is in a more healthy natural environment. Ideas that parts of this could be lit. So again, at night, you're walking by there, it's beautifully safe and lit. This is one idea for an upper deck, kind of a small performance space or somewhere you could go. But I think the intent with these images is to show that even in just about a 4.5 acre area, there's a place for everyone. There's places where you could sit by yourself as a respite from kind of the energy of the city, or you could sit with friends and enjoy a nice meal overlooking the outdoor lawn. So those are basically the visions that we have progressed all the way through 60% design. We have a schedule that allows us to complete design by the end of this fall. And with that, we could begin construction as early as next year. We anticipate about a 16-month construction project. So the reimagined Huizinga Park would open back to the public with renewed excitement, we believe, by mid-2024. So how are we getting this done? The DDA so far has, through our tax revenue from commercial property owners, already invested about $1 million or committed up to $1 million to date towards the design and the pre-planning efforts to get to this point and to get through full design development. We're estimating a $15 million total project for the scale of this park, including the city-owned land, the Riverwalk, Bouvier Park, and under the bridge. And we were fortunate to just receive almost $1 million from the state of Florida for state funding to be contributed to this park. That was a huge shot in the arm to kick off a capital campaign that we will start next month. We have opened a 501c3, the Huizinga Park Foundation, led by DDA Board Chairman and Foundation Chairman Steve Hudson. He's out of town today, but he asked me to represent his support. And also DDA, city, and through the private funding that we have a $5 million goal for the private fundraising, has a equally split contribution we estimate for this park. So knowing how important parks are in the urban core throughout the entire city of Fort Lauderdale, we feel as though improving this park with city partnership and contributions of about a little less than a third of the project cost is a strong indication for the support of growing downtown Fort Lauderdale for all those who live here, those who work here, and those who now visit downtown and all of our new hotels. So we're pleased to go through this presentation today. I know I have some board members who probably would like to make a few comments as well, and then I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple of people who've signed up to speak. We have Charlie Ladd, followed by Mary Furtig.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. We won't be assessing any homeowners on Los Olas Isles for this project.
Funny.
Just a couple more things to add. Jenny briefly talked about a restaurant along the water. That's a new concept to this park. We thought that was important. We've looked at other cities in South Florida where that has been done and done well. Houston's up in Pompano, Rusty Pelican, Key Biscayne. And we are working very hard to make sure if we're going to do it, we're going to get the right restaurant that's an asset to the downtown. But we think if it's done right, it can be very special. The bathrooms, I was very skeptical to start. We saw Bryant Park. If we're going to do that bathroom, that we'll have an attendant there during all hours that it's open for operation. That's part of the cost of running the park. And we've seen it where it's done that way and done well, and it's a big asset for not only the park, but the general downtown area. So there's a chance to really make this park special. I think the entire DDA board is excited to be doing that and contributing it to the city. We hope for your help in doing that. Thank you.
So I have a question. If the city were to decide to participate in this financially, would there be a deed restriction or a covenant attached to the deed whereby if the DDA decided to sell the property, the city would be entitled to its refund of its money?
Obviously, we haven't gotten into those details. I think the board.
I'm just being the lawyer here.
Okay. I think I've been in discussions, I'm probably at this point, the most senior person on the board along with Alan, and that we've been there since, 2002, Alan? 20 years?
Yeah, but there have been,
Forever.
over time, there have been a number of discussions.
There's been a lot of discussion. Some of the older bears have thrown out the idea of, you're sitting on a piece of property that's probably worth $80 million at this point. And, this is a commitment by the DDA for the next 20, 30, 40 years, and I'm sure there can be some language worked out to assure the city as well. But to commit to spend this kind of money and to build that restaurant, which will be a long-term commitment, I think we're at a 25-year commitment for that restaurant. We're all in. I shudder to think if we tried to sell that, we would probably be lynched. Okay, so I don't.
Charlie,
this board has no intention of doing.
Mr. Millage, you want to help him out?
Charlie, you just mentioned the restaurant, so let me ask you a question. From the city's perspective, so if the city pays 1/3, does the city get any of the revenues from the restaurant?
That restaurant income would be used for maintenance and operation of the park, as well as I think we're hoping to issue bonds for part of our capital contribution, and that income would also go towards the financing of those bonds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. John Millage, General Counsel, Downtown Development Authority. Currently in the public record, Mayor, because of past grants that we've obtained from the state, there is covenants in the record now pledging that property for public use. I'm anticipating when we try to take down that less than $1 million, there'll be similar covenants that the state will require. And we're also anticipating probably when this grant agreement comes back, there would be, we would address it in that agreement too. So yeah, there's going to be layers of protections that
Okay.
moving forward, it's going to be a park.
Okay.
John, I have a question. So there were a couple of slides. By the way, I think it looks beautiful. I love the reimagining. I think it's going to be great. I see it as a wonderful bookend situation with the one-stop arts park just north of us, and then this park south of us, and to capture all of the development, heavy development in between, to have these two open spaces, it's going to be terrific. So I applaud you and the DDA. My question is, there were several slides dealing with Riverwalk. So are you guys working closely with Riverwalk just to make sure that everyone is on the same page and no one feels like anyone's losing any territory or that everything is working in sync? I just want to make sure that you are
Yes, there's
working.
quite a bit of coordination. I don't think there's final agreement yet, but there's been back and forth, and the idea would be that there would be a mutual agreement between the two. But there has been quite a bit of work so far.
Okay, good. And I think it's important that you guys just are always on the same page.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
John, could you, just a quick question, John, on county, talking with the county about, how's that going?
Things through the county take longer than, things working through the city. That's just the reality of it. I think the real estate officer is interested in doing this. We've got to work through the maintenance department over there because, they're storing under the bridge, and they're in the business of maintenance, so they could care less about a park. So I think we're gonna have to work through this. Our idea would be to work through the district commissioner for the downtown, Commissioner Fisher, Vice Mayor Fisher, and hopefully get somewhere. But initially, at the higher levels, there's some sympathy for what we're trying to accomplish. I think we're gonna get there. It's just with the county, it's somewhat of a longer process just by nature.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Mary Furtick.
She asked me to pull a slide back up. That one? Thanks. Thank you for doing such a great PowerPoint. I just wanted to come and comment on slide number 3. I was here a few weeks ago speaking to you about some work that Lauderdale Tomorrow's been doing on parks. And, we've done a spreadsheet of all of the parks and facilities that the city has listed on their website. It's there are 120. So we had a meeting with planning. Thanks to you all, we met with the planning staff. We met with Parks and Rec. We had a big joint meeting, and I think I sent you an email. It was really positive. You are rezoning 8 of the many parks. Like half your parks are zoned and half aren't, that are zoned park. So I think this fits into what you were saying, Mayor Trantalis. One of the things that you'll see on this chart, if you look down this, only one of these parcels is zoned park. And what's key about, that's Peter Feldman, and what's key about that is if it's zoned park, as we said last time, it's subject to the protections offered by the charter that it requires 5 votes to change something. So I know you were talking about some things you can do. One of the things you could do is take these properties, all of them, I know you're talking about only one of them, but rezone them as park, and I think that might address one of your issues. We're, of course, hoping you do the same thing with Stranahan Park, Sistrunk Park, Esplanade Park, Riverwalk, and Smoker Park. Make sure that they're all zoned park. And thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mary, quickly on the park issue, can we zone something if we don't own it, like it's DDA land? Can we zone it park? How does that work? Is that a...
That's probably why John
Yeah,
came
or
today.
like Chris or someone, I'm just thinking of your question. Or can we only zone parks for city land? I guess we'd have to have their,
I mean, if they want you to rezone it, I'm sure they could figure out how to initiate.
right, I mean, they might not want to, just to tie it up, but
The zoning has nothing to do with ownership. So if the city
Doesn't.
decided to rezone it subject to compliance with our comprehensive plan, then the city could do that.
we don't need any approvals or anything from the person who owns it?
I mean, if we do a large-scale rezoning, we don't get approvals from the ownership. We put out notices to ensure that everybody's aware of the zoning that's coming. But other than legal notices and to the property owners and in the general area, we don't need permission from the property owner.
So the rest of the parks you named, Mary, are those the ones that Mary was naming? And it's probably a question for you, Anthony. Do you know, is that city land, those other parks?
Yeah, I believe yes, the rest are, because this came up in our conversation. And just one point, if you're putting money into it, I know you've got 8, and this is great news for you all. I would be telling everyone this. Your staff is bringing you 8 parks to planning and zoning this month to rezone to park. And part of that is, I think, it's my understanding, Anthony, is the parks bond, that if you're putting money into a park, you want to have it zoned park so it has those protections.
Okay.
So I know they're involved in a big project. I don't think there's anything on this list that would be on that list, though Hardy Park and across the river is, so.
All right, but this would be general funds for the DDA park, so it still wouldn't need that necessarily. I probably feel more comfortable zoning something if it's city land, is probably what I'm trying to say. Because I think there could be some unintended consequences if it's not our land to slap that zoning on it. I don't know, that's just what I'm thinking. It's the first time I've had that thought, so I could obviously discuss it if needed. Okay, thank you.
And Anthony, we're moving forward to Mary's point, which is great, we're moving forward to rezone parks broadly across the city. I mean, it's not going to all happen at one time, but we're making progress.
Marilyn Mamano and Mary, I don't know if, were you at the meeting with Steph? So there was a meeting with DSD
Right.
staff recently. I wasn't
Yep.
able to attend. They went through the list. We have an initial set, I believe was originally 12, but it's been whittled down to 9 because there were issues with 3 or 4 of them
Yep.
that we still need to resolve. But yeah,
Good.
we're coming forward in groups.
Great, perfect, and we'll just keep heading in that direction. Smoker Park, I still think Chris or Anthony we still have a partnership with the county on that as well. I think the county owns the underlying.
There was a discussion about rezoning Smoker Park ages ago, and I can't remember.
Alan, I
Well,
know
we have a tri-party agreement for that land that is actually owned by the county.
Exactly.
We have an agreement with, so we actually have an easement.
Right.
So the easement is for us to be able to use it as a park.
Okay, so that's just one example of not city-owned, but I think still makes sense. Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, there's no one else. No one else has signed up to speak. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, there being none, no further discussion on this. What's the further direction we take in this regard? Mr. City Manager?
So the direction that I would just look for tonight, it was good presentation, is just to either give your initial reaction now as to whether or not you would be okay with participating from a funding perspective. As was asked, if you want to think about it over the break and make that determination in August, that's fine too. To let you all know that if you did choose to say that you wanted to participate in the funding, I think it's a relatively easy budget exercise at this point in the fiscal year 23 budget that you all will consider in September for an October 1 adoption. So I don't think it's hard to stay structurally balanced and build it in. I just need to know that if that's a participation you have interest in, or you either want to give me that direction now or want to think about it and give it later.
It's over 7 years, they said? I think 7 years?
5 million over 7, correct.
I'm interested in
We'll have to
moving
discuss
forward.
that with our Budget Advisory Board, who sits there motionless.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. No further questions.
Yeah, I have comments.
Yes.
Yes. I 100% support it. I think it looks fabulous. And I do think it's time that we have food and beverage at our public parks and beaches. I think we're seeing that same theme today. I think it just makes a much nicer experience when you go to the beach or a park. So I also ask you to consider when you're building this restaurant, maybe there's some way, once again, it's that kind of living room unto the park where there's some sort of synergy. It's not just a restaurant with closed doors. You have to go in and sit there. You know, maybe there's, you know, you're in the park and you're in the restaurant too. And I'm sure you've already imagined all that, but, you know, just sitting outside, or maybe a little to-go window if someone doesn't want to sit down for the full meal. Just something so they complement each other. So I'm excited about it. I think it sounds fabulous.
Okay.
You'll have 2 restaurants. You'll have the One-Stop Shop Arts Park restaurant, which you love, and then you'll have this.
Yes, and I was thinking, when you were talking about bookends, I was actually thinking of Tunnel Top Park.
Well, then we'll have
That's where my
3.
bookend went. So you're gonna have a little triangle.
Well, we have a
All right,
nice
all right.
triangle.
And then we'll have a beautiful park and lock cars and
Yes.
food and beverage.
We will.
We'll be all set.
Okay, moving forward. On our last item, I wanted to bring up to everyone's attention the fact that we had discussed earlier about the New River Crossing and how important it is to the city to advocate for a tunnel to go through the city should this commuter rail service continue to be a viable option for South Florida. It seems that the Florida Department of Transportation is moving forward, along with some of the adjacent cities along the projected path, to want to continue to proceed with the adding of another 30 or 40 new trains to the line and adding additional stops, which would include Fort Lauderdale and other places throughout Fort Lauderdale as this project moves forward. My big concern, as you all know, and I brought it to the attention of the commission multiple times, and I believe the support of the commission has been there consistently, that we prefer to have a tunnel built through the city rather than a bridge running through the city. And for some reason, which I still don't understand, representatives that are on the commission, in particular representatives that purportedly represent the city of Fort Lauderdale, have been tepid towards the idea of moving forward with the tunnel project. Now, my feeling is that sometimes it's important to hear the voice of the people when it comes to issues like this, and I hear almost everywhere I go where people say, please do not build a bridge, please build a tunnel. So I bring it to the commission today to see, since we are having a special election for 3 city commission seats, that we might also consider putting a straw poll on the November ballot to see whether or not where the community sits, what it feels with regard to the tunnel versus the bridge. Now, we've come up with a couple. We've tried to work out some language. Mr. Boileau, have you been able to submit the proposed language to the members of this commission?
I did provide it via email, and I believe on the online version it's been added to the agenda, but I did send it via email.
So did you each have an opportunity to look at it? So what are your thoughts on this? I'm looking for direction. I'm looking for, strategies, because the problem is that I'm not quite sure the county commission is all in on this. They're looking at it from a cost perspective. I don't know whether members of the commission who don't live in our area have the same sensitivity to the impact of a bridge that would run right through the middle of our downtown. And I'm very concerned about destroying the momentum and the sustainability of our downtown if we find ourselves hovering under a bridge structure that could run as long as 2 miles, if not longer, through the middle of our city. So I open the floor to those on the members of the commission who have an opinion about this. I'll start with Commissioner Moritas. Do you have any thoughts on something like this?
Yes, I support a tunnel also, and if you think this would support your initiative to get the tunnel, I certainly support it. My only hesitation would be, would this delay it at all? Because you mentioned a few things. You said August, the MPO will have the funding with the tunnel, and I think you're talking about November to be on the ballot.
Right.
So that's August, and then, what if we go to apply for federal funding? I don't know, is the county only concerned about the funding? Like, if we get the federal funding, would they move forward, and will this further delay it, or because it's November versus August?
You raised some really good questions, because I too thought, well, if we waited till November to do the straw ballot, would that be too far along in the funding cycle? And the answers that I got back from those who would make the application said no, it would not be too late. We're not even sure the county would even vote that soon, because even though they would get the results sometime in September from the MPO, we never know when they're going to vote. They should have taken a vote by now. But again, it's a valid question, a valid consideration, and let's say the vote comes in favor of a tunnel. Would the county use yet another excuse to try to choose the bridge option again? I'm not really quite sure what their motivation is for being contrarian to the city's perspective, but I hear so many different reasons, and it always seems to focus on the funding and the source of the funding. You may have been spoken to by certain representatives over the last several months who've come to us and have said that they could probably fund most of this even through federal funding, but that seems to have fallen on deaf ears. There just seems to be some sort of adverse attitude towards building a tunnel through the city. you may recall that the FDOT came to the city and said there could be no way a tunnel could be built for less than $3.8 billion. That was a staggering sum. I couldn't even accept that. But through a lot of research, some of which done through my office and through others, that price tag got down to less than half of that, 1.8 billion. And since then, we have spoken to other contractors, people who have built tunnels, who have come to even under 1 billion. So, and with a pathway for funding. So, without lifting a finger by FDOT or the county, the city of Fort Lauderdale has saved this process billions of dollars in trying to make this happen. And still we're met with skepticism, and still we're met with people who are doubters that this could ever happen. You know, people say, can you build a tunnel in Fort Lauderdale? Well, I advise everybody to just open their eyes and look down the street. We've had a tunnel in the city of Fort Lauderdale for the last 60 years. So the technology existed 60 years ago. It certainly exists today. So it's all about moving Fort Lauderdale forward. It's all about trying to find alternative solutions to traffic control. You know, God bless Commissioners Glassman and the Vice Mayor for making an attempt to work with the community to try to come up with solutions to try to rework traffic patterns on Las Olas Boulevard. It's been a struggle. It's taken years. I'm not sure we came up with any concrete solutions. And in the newspaper today, whatever solutions there are going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. You know, these are challenges. And if we're ever going to look to building Fort Lauderdale into a 21st century city, we have to think of alternative solutions to dealing with traffic. As Fort Lauderdale becomes more and more popular, we find that the streets that were built in the 1950s and the 1960s were intended to accommodate traffic that we had in the 1950s and the 1960s. We're now in 2022. There are a lot more cars, and there's a lot more demand on the existing roadways. We have to find new pathways to get around. And in this particular case, FDOT has said, hey, maybe we can get some people off of 95 and maybe we can put them, through a commuter rail service. It sounds great. I'm all in on that. It'll take a generation to educate people to transfer out of their cars and into trains, but at least we've set the framework for the future. But we cannot destroy what we've already created, and that is a beautiful downtown, a Flagler Village. Just this weekend it was announced that that village is going to be completely transformed from its existing warehouse kind of bohemian lifestyle to something that is going to be transformative. How could that exist with a train bridge running right through it? It won't happen. It would destroy the dreams and the investment of so many people. So I'm hoping that this city and this commission would think about and consider at least putting a straw poll out there, letting people know what the choices are, and let the people decide. Let's hear what they have to say, and let's see what kind of result we could get.
No, and I do support that. One last question as I'm thinking. So I know the county's using the penny sales tax to pay for infrastructure, transportation and trains around our county. Are we allowed to assess any fees when a train stops at our station that we could use as a source of revenue to
Like a toll?
possibly to help pay for a tunnel if we had to?
I don't know. Good question. I don't know if that's how the tariffs work with trains.
I don't just no. Okay, I'm just thinking of possible sources of revenue to build it in case.
Yeah.
But, okay, well, I support what you that.
I think Brightline has to pay a tariff to FDOT to be able to utilize the tracks, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know the answer to that, so I don't know. But somehow it's funded.
Okay, just a thought.
Any other questions? Any thoughts?
Well, I also have a timeline concern as well. Also, depending on how the messages are done, I'm not convinced 100% that it's necessary because we know what we want to do. and we're convinced of how this
We
would
know
just.
what we want to do. We have to convince somebody else.
But you might not be able to get the message out. Also, the city now is prohibited, correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, by the state of doing any kind of messaging on these kinds of issues, education on these kinds of issues. We're prohibited from doing that, right?
Correct, with the new
So
law.
so that to me is a complicating factor. That's a new state law. So I don't know how we're going to be able to manipulate between now and November, where I would rather just make sure that throughout our own meetings with folks and our neighborhood meetings, and we still just discuss this. I'm just not sure what we gain by this, and I think we have more to lose than we have to gain by this, actually, by putting this on a ballot. You know, it's a November election. A lot of people will be voting. A lot of people might not even know what you're talking about. And you can't guarantee that you're going to get the outcome that you want, even though I think everyone we speak to says yes, 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 but we don't speak to 200,000 people all the time. You know, we speak to the same people all the time. So I'm with you. I think this commission is with you. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Everything we've heard in terms of new pricing and new energy with regards to doing this project is very encouraging. I just don't know what we gain by putting this on.
Should we do it in August?
Huh?
Should we do it in August?
I don't know if you have time.
You can't.
Yeah.
Like, it's too late, right, to get on an August ballot?
You were too late on that?
That ballot's already closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I still think we just need to really work hard when we have our meetings with our neighborhoods and folks that we talk about. And I just don't know. I just don't know what we would gain by this, and 5 months away, so 4.5 months away, whatever it is.
All right.
That's just my opinion. Although I think that we're all behind it. I just get nervous by putting it out as a vote.
I'd understand it, and they
Right.
might think there's something
And if-
with fiscal, you know.
Right, and if you read,
responsibility or-
right, and if you read the language, again, even the language, it says that should a train tunnel through downtown Fort Lauderdale be designated as the locally preferred alternative for a proposed regional commuter rail service to cross the New River, pass under Davie, Broward, Sunrise Boulevards, as opposed to a train bridge that could span 2.8 miles through downtown Fort Lauderdale and reach 80 feet in height, it still doesn't give everyone that real concept of how much destruction would happen. It sounds kind of like,
Or who's paying for it.
yeah, like it just raises a lot of questions. I don't know if we have time to educate.
Well, we have the time, but we don't have the ability, apparently.
Well, we don't, right? City attorney, the state tells us we can't do what we need to do an education campaign on this, right?
Right, correct. The old adage was, educate but don't advocate, and now you can't even educate.
So now we can't educate or advocate. So we just have to placate.
All right.
I think the most helpful piece, Mayor, is going to be,
Who's talking?
it's Ben.
Vice Mayor.
Oh.
I was just going to say, I think the most helpful piece for us is going to be the MPO analysis, and I think that'll, I'm hoping and expecting that'll be a reasonable analysis that'll help us advocate our position.
All right. Well, so we'll see from there. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mary, did you want to speak on this?
I would keep working with the feds like you have been, and hopefully we'll get some traction.
So I just wanted to thank you for putting something on your agenda about asking the people. And I agree with you, Mayor. I think it's good to ask the people. I have been coming before you now for some time asking that we work together to create a referendum question on public lands. I was sorry not to see that on your discussion. And we are proceeding, and I want to thank Mr. Boileau while I'm up here. I want to thank him for his responding to my email and giving me some good information on how to, through the charter, go about doing an effort to get a question on the agenda, on the ballot. But it always makes me wonder, for a commission who did a parks bond, for a commission that talks so much about your support of open lands and parks, why you won't just work with us to create a question on the ballot to see if we can get greater protections for public lands in the, on the ballot. And I guess now there's time because you were going to put this on the ballot today. You're ready to do it. And I would support you on doing that, by the way. But I would also support putting the other question on too. Thank you.
Mary, what question do you want on the ballot?
About designating public space as actually public parks, giving it a zoning classification as public parks.
No, I think what we're trying to do is extend what the citizens began in 2004. In 2004, they brought forward a charter initiative which says that parks have to have a unanimous vote of the commission. I can read this to you, but you probably don't want to listen to all that. But a unanimous vote of the commission for any licensing, lease, sale. Am I doing okay? And so that's an added protection for those parks, which is why we're anxious to see these parks and why I think this is really your solution, zoned park, because then we know they have that protection. We would like to create, and we would rather work with you to do this so that it's a feasible solution as opposed to one that we just write, and we have written one, that does the same thing for public lands, for public land parcels, extend it beyond the parks. You obviously don't want to do it too small of a parcel because you all routinely dispose of those parcels, but on major public lands have some additional protection.
So you want a question on the ballot to amend the charter, the city charter, to say that licensing has to be unanimously approved. Am I capturing what you want?
Of certain, our thought was certain size parcels, but that may not be the proper thing.
I think the gist of it, and we haven't really gone into it, but the gist of it would be a referendum to amend
the charter,
the charter,
city charter,
where any sort of disposition of public park land that's been designated a park, whether it be licensing, conveyance, or leasing, would have to have approval from the voters, correct?
And, well, we want to go beyond that, especially now that we've done our analysis of the 120 properties and know that over half of them aren't zone park, and make it significant parcels of public land. Now, how that's phrased is probably better phrased by you than by me, but it would extend to any of the parcels that we think are parks and to other major pieces of public property that are listed on your inventory. We're not seeking to do a very small parcel that you would routinely, routinely come before you to determine whether you want to dispose of those.
So if I'm tracking this right, at a major park where we might have food, if the food licensee changes, you would want that to go to?
No.
Not licensing.
Not the licensing, not the licensing of like you were talking, but license, like if you were to license it, okay, let's think of an example of something that you have a license on.
Lockhart Park.
Thank you.
Say it again?
Lockhart Park, it's a licensing agreement.
Okay. So it's only certain licensing
Yeah,
agreements.
we just want to mirror what the parks have done, which we've done for parks, and expand that to things that aren't necessarily zoned park, because we're really not protecting most of our public lands the way we have them right now by having it limited just to that park zoning. So we want to have that protection for public lands across the board. I wish you would work with us and help us write something. I don't think it's an unreasonable request. My fear would be that if we don't work together, we come up with something that is going to become too onerous, whereas if we work together, we create something that truly protects the public lands of the city of Fort Lauderdale.
I'm not clear what you mean by licensing, but I'm sure we can.
We're not in a deep dive yet. So the process under the charter is, as I wrote to Ms. Furtig, they're collecting some signatures at this time. The charter does require my office, me, to assist them with the drafting of the ordinance, and then I deliver an opinion. If you recall with AHF, we did something similar.
Yeah.
So we would assist at that point in time to draft. They'd have to explain to us, in detail. We help them draft. And then I issue an opinion as to whether I think it's legally viable or not. That comes to you, and then you all consider.
Okay, great. So we're working.
No,
we're working with
but
you.
let me
We're
just
not
say,
working.
Well, we don't have to do that first step if it's a priority for you all. You can work and put the question on before we gather 1,000 signatures, and then before we have to go out and gather the signatures. But really, you all have to verify them. So there's kind of an expense for
Well, how about this? Why don't you just not get the signatures, and why don't you just work with Al and the
Well,
city?
that's what, yeah, thank you.
Hold on,
That's
let
what
me,
I'm asking.
but hold on, let me, yeah. Yeah, so just, why don't you just work with the city attorney to kind of draft what you're interested in, and then he can bring that to us with his opinion? Is that possible?
That I would have to specifically be directed by the commission, and it wouldn't be for this November though, because we'd need a decision tonight.
Alan, I couldn't hear the rest.
Sorry.
It wouldn't be
for today or for November, obviously, that we'd be talking about 2024 potentially. But I'd have to be directed, keeping in mind that I am your attorney. The only time that I come to the assistance is by charter. So if you give me that authority to work with them, I can certainly, try to do that. But
Is the Charter Review Board ever going to convene with this? And well, we have a list of topics now, right?
Right, we're shooting for we're shooting for the elections in 24, so we have some things that we've identified. So we are going to try to, we're still in the process of trying to identify, because we want to do this once, not we don't want to do it piecemeal. So once we have our complete list together, I think we'll go ahead and start with the Charter Revision Board and then start discussing it with them and see what their feelings are.
Okay, because my only concern is, well, Mary, with this issue is, I understand what the petition is for, is public lands, but that's nothing to do with designating the parks, is it?
That's
It's
how
two
we-
separate issues.
Thank you. That's how we found out about the parks, because in trying to frame a question and trying to figure out what the public lands, we started looking at parks as that's one element of the public lands you own. So we started looking at that to quantify how many of those are zoned and so forth. But you own other public lands. You don't just own parkland, you own other public lands. And in fact, many of the things that you think you own that are parks, you really don't have them as parks, so they would be vulnerable without that. I believe it's possible to get something on the November ballot. It may not go as far as you would want to go in 2024, but it would be an interim solution for protecting public lands. And the alternate thing is, we do the petition, we don't meet the November deadline, but we meet a deadline that you have to have a decision within a certain period of time, and that's going to cost the city. So I'm just trying to come to you and say, can't we just work together and get a question that we all agree on is the question we want to put to the voters and put it on a ballot?
But I'm just having a hard time figuring out what is the scope, what is the question that we're actually focusing on now, because there are a lot of different issues now with
The question that I'm asking for you to consider a referendum is public lands owned by the city of Fort Lauderdale, which includes many of the parks that all of the parks that you own, but includes many that are not protected. And the requirement would be to have a unanimous vote of the commission on the disposition license, the same language as the parks, the exact same language on sale, lease.
right,
And there's,
of all city-owned land.
but because we were concerned that was too onerous as a thing, we've been trying to say, can we work together and come up with a qualifier that by which something would come forward to?
So if it's not all city-owned land, what is it?
It wouldn't be. We're using right now what we've written as an ordinance has a size of acreage attached to it, so that it's not every small piece that you own.
So let me ask you this question. So I've been thinking about this, and by the way, I liked what we did in 2004. In fact, I worked on that with a group of people to get that language in there with the unanimous vote for the parkland. I think it's very, very important. But here's what I want to ask you with regards to public land and what you're saying acreage now. We heard a lot in your testimony in past months about Bahia Mar, about One Stop Shop. Those are public land, and we heard a lot. But then we had a project come to us on 61 acres in the northwest section for a movie and TV studio. We didn't hear a peep about that public land. We also had maybe 6 acres in Snyder Park, which park is as public land as you can get, designated now for a pickleball facility. We didn't hear a peep about that.
It just became public. I went to the Parks Board last week.
No, how many months ago did we get that proposal? And then we gave it out for 21 days and.
Right, but I don't know that the actual proposal's actually been out there. I don't know if the actual.
Right, but it was an agenda item, was what I'm saying. It was.
Yeah, it was an agenda item.
So what I'm saying is, where do we, so I'm confused by that, because why is Bahia Mar and One Stop public land more important than 61 acres?
And we don't necessarily think it is, but what it does is if someone has a concern, they can come forward, but it takes that unanimous vote. Like you're talking today about what you're going to do with the beach. The beach is ultimately park land. So, you know, I don't think your conversation today was widely known beyond a few of us that might have been reading the agenda, but it will become more widely known when you do that. So it gives people the opportunity to know that if there's a major thing and they come forward, it's going to take a unanimous vote of the commission.
And you may not you don't necessarily need to jump straight to a referendum. Because if you've drafted an ordinance, if the ordinance is drafted in a way and we can work towards an acceptable ordinance, you can pass the ordinance and never get to a referendum. So you're kind of, that's two different processes completely. So if you've got an ordinance that's feasible, legally feasible, that you all are willing to pass, then that's done. You don't have to even go to the voters at that point. You only go to the voters through the charter provisions if the city commission refuses to pass an ordinance. That's when you go to the elect.
Right.
Here's my thoughts, is I think there's a lot to kind of clarify and figure out how you could kind of even explore this. So I'd say, you know, Mayor, I'd say let's encourage Mary to work with Alan and see, you know, just start discussing and exploring and seeing what, you know, if Alan thinks there's something could be helpful and can come back to us with updates. How it's going.
You got that?
That's up to you all.
Okay.
Mary, would you consider a supermajority, like a 4-1, or do you think it just has to be unanimous?
We just like to stick with what the citizens did in 2004 because, and I think at the time that was, ironically, that was in response to Hardy Park, which is just now going to be designated. But when you look at the list and you see it, you see how important it is. If all, and it's been suggested that sometimes 4-1 gives it creates a bad political situation, whereas if you have a unanimous vote of the commission on public land, you've got a pretty much sense of how Fort Lauderdale feels. So we're looking to replicate what's in the current charter. We've had other suggestions that we could move for, but that seems to be the simplest one to accomplish. Because the city's done it, and the city has it in their charter right now. It's just unfortunate that only half your parks are.
Right, well, we're working on that separately.
You are, but it's a long
Part.
process.
So I think that's definitely a win. I think we have to really understand what that unanimous vote means to all the public land that we have, or maybe even see how much public land we do have left that would fall under this ordinance. What parcels are there still to discuss, really? We've done the movie studio.
All kinds of options to, you know, explore. All right, great.
So
Alan,
if there's a
good enough?
consensus for me to do that,
Yeah, just explore.
do that. And if you're willing to share your draft of the ordinance, if you want to start that, then we'll start
great.
working on it.
And then you can tell me what's right and wrong, right? Good, thanks.
All right, great, thank you. I have no one else who signed up to speak on that, so let's move on to commissioner reports. Commissioner Moritas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to just publicly state my support for naming a street out near the airport, Jerry Holland. So the terrace actually would be called Jerry Holland of just Jerry Holland Street, basically, or what would it be called? Rufus, help me out with this. I have Jerry Holland of Shelter Aviation Facilities, but I don't think that's what we're calling it. What, give us a little bit more update on this, Rufus, what you're suggesting. And Rufus is paying for it. We just need to, we just need to publicly show our support. So yeah, I have Northwest 21st Terrace. And then what are we going to exactly call it?
Is this to name that street after this person?
Yes, we're going to name it after Jerry Holland, but which one? Then I also have 21st Avenue.
And who is Jerry Holland?
He owns Shelter. He's one of the major, founders of the whole aviation parcel out there. And he has a lot of properties.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Mayor. Rufus James, Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport.
Yeah, Jerry Holland is the owner of Shelter Construction. And back in the 1970s, came out to the airport to catch a flight. Realized that there weren't many hangars at the airport for the airplanes, and so got into the aviation business by starting to build hangars out at the airport. So he leased properties at the airport, built hangars, and today is probably about 60% of the hangars that are built on the airport was constructed by Mr. Holland, and he leases probably about 60% of that land here at the airport also.
So, yeah, so I definitely support naming
Yeah.
whatever street or terrace it is after him. What do you need from us, I guess, Chris, in order to move forward? Do you need the direction of the commission?
Yeah, if it, we can obviously name things a couple of different ways, but if it's the commission's general consensus to do it, we would do it in a non-voting way of the people affected, like we've done before, where it's been sort of a secondary naming as opposed to a primary naming. But unless there's any objection, that's an easy process to move forward.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, Heather. I
Okay.
support it. Yeah.
Just
Thank
keep in mind that our policy generally is the person has to be deceased.
Although it's not codified that way.
Well, it's policy, but
policy,
we
but not
exempt
codified.
ourselves, right? So you can waive that if you want to. I just want you to be aware that generally, if someone were to come
Does this
to us,
include passage on a jet whenever we need it?
Thanks. So,
Sorry, playing
yeah,
that.
didn't we do that with the Dennison family? We named Ben?
Friends and family to Tallahassee.
They're
Yep.
Yeah,
We
they're-
did. I mean, it was focused on their parents who were deceased, but
Oh, it
yes.
was focused
but
on their
but
parents.
It was
Okay.
inclusive of the whole family.
All right.
You're right.
And the whole family is, his daughter's taking over for the business and everything, so it is a family operation. So thank you, if you all support that. Thank you. And thank you, Rufus, for bringing that idea to our attention.
Thank you, Commissioner.
A couple things. I know we keep talking about our 4 events that we have at Lockhart Park. So I was with the school board member who was newly, I guess, appointed, and he represents Dillard. I wish Commissioner McKenzie was here. Is he still around? And he was discussing that they're still looking for a place to have the Soul Bowl. I think it's on November 5th. And I kind of said, I thought we were doing it at Lockhart. He said it was too expensive, so they're looking for something else. So I thought maybe we as a city just want to give them one of our uses. The Soul Bowl, Dillard and,
We could give them one of the uses, but then we're also, we would have to contribute the costs of opening up the stadium. Those are only pass-through costs that just make the stadium come to life. So we couldn't just give them one of our 4 events and it come without cost to somebody.
well, maybe our cost, if it was our use, is lower than their cost for renting it.
it's not a
Should be the
rental
same.
fee. It's as the city manager said, it's a pass-through. So it's the electricity, water, turning on the lights, doing all that. So
Security.
Actually, you're right.
So I don't know if we know the number from the school board, but do you think that number that they were quoted would be the same if we put our name on it or they put their number on it?
It should be exactly
It
the
should be
same.
the same, so
What
it
were they
wouldn't-
quoted, Commissioner?
I think 30,000. And
30,000 for the game?
Yeah, and don't totally
Yeah.
quote me on that. That's just
I think
kind of
that's
what he
right.
was
That's a
saying, and
number
I'm-
I've heard.
That's about the number you've heard. So do you think that would be our cost if we had an event there then? I guess you're saying yes.
I think it should be, yes. I can't say that it is because we haven't asked, but it should be.
Okay. We're trying to get the
So
Soul
if
Bowl
it's
at-
less, I would agree, we should be able to
Put our name on it.
transfer our use of it since we're not using it. But if it's the same, then
I think that's a great use of our uses of the stadium, and yeah.
if it's less money, yeah.
Well, even if it's the same amount of money, I still think it's a good use of one of our 4 uses.
Right.
But we want to
they-
give $30,000. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'd be open to that. Yeah, I'd be open to that. I mean, because I just think that's part of what our intention was in partnership.
Anybody else have any thoughts?
So if we don't use it, we get dirty.
No.
If we-
Well, and then we probably have to remember, we also have our 2 high schools, which
That's
are
another way of
Stranahan and
looking
Fort
at it.
Lauderdale High School. We built the stadium for, the smaller stadium.
Those use the smaller, which the cost is
So-
much less.
Right, but they have also requested in the past to use the bigger stadium for their homecoming game.
Mm-hmm.
So if we did it for, the Soul Bowl game, and we're not doing it for their homecoming game, maybe that could be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe we do it for both. I don't know. We can't plan anything out there. It'd probably be good just to get something going, even if it's for this year.
They had the state championships there.
I think they probably paid for that because there are fees associated with the state,
I get that.
right?
So I'm saying that could be
In addition to, I mean, I would support having Stranahan, Fort Lauderdale homecoming, and the Soul Bowl there for our two uses.
big stadium.
Yeah, I think, yes, that's what they were asking for. I thought that's what they were asking for. Am I incorrect? Do you think, didn't Dillard and,
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think anyone gets up there homecoming, but Soul Bowl could be.
I thought they wanted their
Speak
homecoming.
into your mic. Speak into your mic.
I don't think they wanted their homecomings. Again, I think what happens at high school levels is that they depend on their gates. And if they're being charged a fee to access the big park, chances are they won't do it because they collect this money, their boosters and all the type of things that help the kids' programs are collected at that gate. And you remember when we closed Lockhart, all the schools, this is what I was saying in the beginning, that we should have built stadiums at Fort Lauderdale, at Stranahan, because all the schools depend on those gates, and they do their homecomings on their campuses, so there's no schedule conflicts, and these fees they collect. I mean, even the parking lots they get. 'Cause remember back in the day, we collected the parking lots at Lockhart Stadium. We got that revenue. Professional team is not going to give up those type revenues to the kids. They give it back in the form of a donation or something like that, or a sponsorship. So we need to figure out, A, if they want to do it. Not so much as saying, we want Stranahan, we want Fort Lauderdale to have their homecomings there. It may be too much for them.
Right.
And they drive cars on the field during that time and all these type of things. How does that work?
Here,
What do you think, Ben?
yeah, I think all good points, both commissioners. So I'd say here's an idea, just throw it out there, is maybe one of whoever, maybe you, Commissioner Morales, just kind of be the point and reach out to those schools and just kind of say, okay, how many folks are you thinking about coming? So homecoming, Soul Bowl, and homecoming for each of those schools. How many folks are you thinking about coming? And then based on the capacity, how could we best partner with you on the stadium use? And
I
then
would
get us.
love to do that, but I'm going on commission break tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
How about Steve?
when we first started this process,
Anyone else?
When we were talking with Beckham and all those folks in the rooms,
Exactly,
we
yeah.
got the stats, and it was St. Thomas Aquinas High School and Soul Bowl that had the biggest audiences. After
right.
that, high school games do not draw a lot of people,
Right.
like they used to when we were growing up. I mean, we had those stadiums filled with people, but Soul Bowl and St. Thomas Aquinas games draw lots of people. And it's St. Thomas's rivalry that would get past the average capacity of a game, and it's Soul Bowl between Dillard High School and Pompano Beach Ely High School. They draw a crowd.
So would they fill 18,000 seats?
No, we didn't fill 18,000 seats with state playoffs. They won't fill them.
I don't think they're going to fill it,
So-
but I think it's a greater crowd than the small.
It's a greater.
state.
It gives them a bigger opportunity to collect a
homecoming.
bigger gate, corral more people, if you will. But you won't get 18,000 people at a high school football.
So
Yeah, no.
Heather, if you want, just I'll be happy to do it. You can delegate it to me, and I'll happily kind of dig in and.
Do we have any staff,
report
maybe,
back.
Chris, that maybe could help out? Like if we designated our use, would that be any less expensive? And if it is a little less expensive, could they use it at that price? And then could they still collect some gate fees?
See,
Could they work that out? with
These
them?
were the questions I raised day one. Now we're back trying to deal with this, and it's going to be hard to. And correct me, Chris, if I'm right or wrong. Now I go back and say we want to not charge the high schools because you got to have, like right now, if I went to Dillard High School to do an event, track and field, the minimum fee for the school board to use one of the facilities is $2,500. That covers 2 facility guys, the cleanup. That covers all their little administrative costs to maintain their field for that night, or even the Performing Arts Center. And even when we're doing events out there where we're doing their homecoming in partnership, the school board tries to charge us $2,500 just for that event. So I don't know what that number is, and I'm not trying to discourage or dismiss what you're saying. I think the schools deserve a lot more, especially Stranahan and Fort Lauderdale in that stadium, which we should be growing those stands, so they can play their games there and not have to go anywhere else. And if there's a fee, which I don't know because no one's answered the question yet, is there a fee when they go there?
Yes, I think there is.
Small stadium too?
Yeah, I think there
Yeah,
is.
and that's what I've been saying.
Just less.
That's what we need to
Just
talk
less, yeah.
about. They shouldn't have a fee for their own stadium.
So Ben, if you want it, take it
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I'm happy to. And then I'll report back to you, my boss, and you tell me if I've done good or not, and we'll go from there.
I'll reach out to Soul Bowl, but I never advocated for Soul Bowl to come there because Soul Bowl, they've been doing Soul Bowl without that stadium for years and generating, a nice income for those schools. So that's why they pulled out the last minute.
That's why they pulled out. I believe they may be looking for a location, but that was just the information I heard.
So I don't mind calling those schools,
Okay.
those two, to find out if they want to play that game there, and report them back when we come back from break. And you take care of Fort Lauderdale and Stranahan.
Take Fort
But I
Lauderdale.
would find out the particulars of this contract. I think staff can do this for us.
Okay.
What is it costing our schools
To go to the small stadium or the
play in
big
a small stadium?
if it's our
We can
event.
answer that.
And can they get the parking lot revenue?
Okay.
We can answer all those questions.
All right.
All right, 'cause
I'll
we're
reach
gonna-
out to Fort Lauderdale and Stranahan.
Back?
You'll do Dillard and Pompano.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank
Got it.
you. Okay, one last small thing. I know I'm supposed to be quick. Okay, so the accessory dwelling units are the granny flats. So I guess, and this is really probably a Broward County question, how can, with their new ordinance that's coming up, Anthony, do you think they will now be looking at the properties as one property and not as two properties? Because I know some of us have been contacted by a gentleman who's getting charged twice for his stormwater assessment. Do you think they're going to be able to clean that up when they come up with that language and/or if we adopt it, or do we have to adopt it also?
I'm sorry, Anthony Fajardo.
Yeah, you want me to explain it again?
Yeah, I'm not sure I
Okay, so I guess currently if you have an accessory dwelling unit or a granny flat and you're grandfathered in, you're charged twice for your stormwater assessment because Broward County, somebody, was it Broward County property appraiser?
It's the property appraiser.
Property appraiser, says you have two properties. Okay, so we are charging twice for our stormwater. So the resident is saying, I only want to pay one stormwater assessment. So I don't know if it's something we have to fix, if it's something Broward County has to fix, the property appraiser, if it's the new Broward County ordinance that's possibly coming with the accessory dwelling units that might clean that up.
I don't think it has anything to do with the Broward County ordinance that's pending because this question came up 3 or 4 months ago, maybe. I'm looking over at Susan because she was involved in it too. There was a property owner that was disputing this exact topic, and it turns out that he had signed some sort of paperwork that showed that he did have an accessory structure that he was renting out, not to family. So it's something that we've talked about. It always has to go back to the property appraiser to get sorted out if that's something.
Okay, it goes back to the property appraiser. So, but if we decide to move forward, I guess, with our accessory dwelling unit ordinance, would we be able to say it's just one property or even for our own ordinance, it would be two properties and they would get
No,
that double?
it's still one property. I think the assessment of the fees is something the Broward County property appraiser has to look into and determine how they're going to assess. I don't think that's really a zoning issue. When we look at the ordinance, we're just trying to stay in compliance with what the county has proposed and what the state statute limits us on doing to have those additional dwelling units. And in the case of the county's proposal, that density doesn't count towards your zoning limitations, subject to signing an affidavit that it's going to be rented at an affordable rate. But that has nothing to do with the impact fees that are being paid.
Okay, so hopefully it would just be one impact fee if someone did move forward with this. I just think it's going to be a question that comes up.
If it's for stormwater, that's part of our stormwater ordinance. You'd have to redo, it's going to affect your methodology.
But I think, and I could be totally wrong, if I'm renting it, like this guy, right?
I'm not sure if he's running it or
That's what
not,
we're
but he
thinking.
has a second unit.
He's probably got it metered.
That was part of
separately.
the question on this other
Because
property.
when the property appraiser comes out now, if they see two buildings, they're looking to say, this is the one I'm taxing, this is the other. And we had Marty Kier here talking about that one time. But when I meter it separately, both electrical and water, you're being charged for a separate structure. I would think that's the rationale here. But we can ask that question and find that out.
Yeah, Commissioner, I believe you're right. So the way the ordinance is drafted now is directly towards how that metering takes place. And I think in the project that I'm referring to, it was separately metered.
Yeah, you can like
Which,
yours is different, but it's a good example. But family member,
Yeah, mine's not separately metered.
right?
okay, so maybe that's, okay, just curious about it. So this person who has
I
contact.
want to build one at my house now.
Well, I don't think we haven't passed it yet. Are we? Okay, thank you. So that's good. That's it for me.
That's it. Commissioner McKenzie.
I don't have a report, Mayor.
Commissioner
I had a
Glassman.
wonderful time this weekend at the beach.
B-52s.
B-52 wasn't my deal, but it was a lot of people singing, drinking. They were drinking on our beach.
Soft drinks.
Soft drinks, and but it was great entertainment. The beach was filled, and a day full of festivities and fun for all here in Fort Lauderdale.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Couple of things, some great events this week besides that. Really was a pleasure to see DJ's work on the beach. Hopefully we'll be able to do more of those lifeguard towers. I know groups like the Central Beach Alliance have come forward, said they'd like to sponsor one, so hopefully we can coordinate other folks that would like to contribute as we continue the gallery throughout the sand. That'll be terrific. A lot of Civic Association meetings last week, and then a few even this week, and then that'll probably be it before the summer break. I wanted to also make mention, thank you to Interim City Auditor Riley and to Alan for your memorandums on the Community Redevelopment Agency. I do have some questions, though, that I wanted to ask about that. So, Alan, as you know, when we had the issues come forward to us about increasing budget for Finally Friday to $60,000 an event, I did raise some concerns about that, going from 30 to 60. I have even more concerns now after reading your memorandum. I'm not an attorney, but I just need you to clarify your last paragraph, as basically is almost like your executive summary. Are these events within the responsibility of our CRA? Are they meeting new state statute guidelines in terms of what we should be spending CRA dollars on?
Based on our reading of the 2019 amendment to section 163-3876, no. That
No.
don't fall within the, back before, the 2016 version that I call had very expansive language that was actually reliant. It predates 2016. It goes back all the way to 2010 or earlier, actually, where the AG had, the Attorney General had opined because there was language in there that says including but not limited to, which made it very expansive and allowed a lot of flexibility. And in 2019, the legislature came in and said, well, we don't want that flexibility anymore. They took that out and mandated that the expenditures of the CRA be limited to only those enumerated in 163-3876C. And since that time, and if you look at those, nothing really fits. And again, my memo, I stand by what's in my memo, but there were, in looking at the legislative history, there was in the final bill analysis as well as previous bill analysis references to a variety of expenditures that occurred in a variety of cities, including Miami-Dade County, that had the grand jury, and some of the examples that were being brought out were, festivals and fairs and things of that sort. So it appeared that the legislature in 2019 kind of put the screws on to say, okay, this is only what you can spend it on, and we've reviewed, every available source out there, and there's just nothing fits within the C, and even under 163-340, which that section refers to, nothing encompasses that promotion, marketing, or events that's contemplated within our local redevelopment plan.
So going forward, what would you advise, or what are we going to do as a city with regards to what you're telling me now and what's in your memorandum? Because I do have concerns. The interim city auditor is telling us that these events are costing us 10 times more than the Starlight series, musical series in Holiday Park, at least 5 times more expensive than the Friday Night Soundwave concerts on the beach. I haven't seen a lot of detailed line items, just these are very general, broad categories that the interim city auditor has given us, but I just have concerns. And so going forward, what are we going to be doing about this?
Well, that's not necessarily up to me. That would be up to management and the CRA board as to how they want to proceed. That's within your wheelhouse.
Well, Chris and Greg, obviously, because after July 22nd, it's Greg. I think we need to have that discussion. I think you guys need to really take a look at these memorandums. I just think that it's a lot of money. I have always preferred to see CRA money go into brick and mortar projects, and not these expenditures. And this is a lot of money as we go through hundreds of thousands of dollars for these events. Again, I don't know every line item exactly how it's being spent, but I just see enough concern there that I think that we really need to examine this going forward. I'd like to know, obviously, City Auditor, you and I have had this conversation. I want to see also some more discussion. You mentioned some costs from Light Up Sistrunk, but I also want to see those costs in comparison to all the other light up events in the city and see where that compares as well. But I just think that we can't run afoul of the state statutes on this. And now that the CRA will be sunsetting in just a few short years, and we've had this conversation today already with regards to projects that we don't think are going to make it to the finish line, this is a lot of money that can be spent on bettering the CRA with brick and mortar projects. So I really want us to take a look at this going forward. I do think it's that important. And again, Alan, thank you very much for your information. And Interim City Auditor Riley, thank you very much for your information. I would like to see a little bit more of that detail that we talked about. But again, the totals that have been presented to us are, in my opinion, just off the charts. That's it from me, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a few topics. One, and Commissioner Glassman, I think maybe you're bringing up this evening, but Luis Castillo.
Yes, I was going to actually, when you were finished, so I could really say that, but Mayor, I do hope that you're going to do tonight a moment of silence for Luis Castillo. For those of you that don't know, Luis was a major act. Yes, and tonight we definitely should. But very briefly, just for tonight, he has been so active over the years. This was a shocking loss yesterday, not just to the South Middle River Civic Association and to the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations and to the Central City Alliance, but also for the whole city. He was 70 years old, had been a member of the CERT team for several years, president, vice president, served in so many capacities on the South Middle River Civic Association, served on the Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, and again, a really terrible loss. He was a big teddy bear, and for everyone that knew him, really is feeling that loss for the city. So it's not just about his service to District 2, but it really is for his service to the entire city. So Mayor, with those words and some of those background bio information, I really thank you for doing that moment of silence tonight for Luis. And I'm sure everybody would really appreciate that. Thanks. And thanks for the reminder, Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
Thanks, Commissioner. Chris, I just wanted to a couple things you and I have been emailing a little bit about, and just wanted to kind of just get feedback from the commissioner, just make sure we're all tracking. So this was email, Chris, from Richard Brownscombe about the lots 20 and 21 at FXE and lease. Can you just give us all in the public just kind of a quick summary of what are these lots and what's the concern this gentleman was raising and what we're doing there?
Justify, is Rufus still here? Do I hear movement? Rufus will know it better than I do. Essentially, what I can tell you is that there are some habitat conservation areas on a couple of these parcels. We are in compliance with all of the requirements that we need to be in compliance with. If there should be development happen there, it would have to be mitigated. And there's a process by which to do that as well. I think we've just got one gentleman's interest that is in conflict with how we're operating with our leases, but we are in compliance with all of the things that we're supposed to be in compliance with. Rufus?
Yeah, if you just share with us, what are these lots, what's on there, and what are we doing? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Yeah, so with the airport properties, they're divided into parcels and lots. So typically, they were all listed as lots in smaller pieces, but the larger pieces were parcels. And so majority of them are developed. We probably have maybe 3 properties that are undeveloped right now that are vacant. And so parcels B, C, and D, which is developed, Amazon is on there. They had attaching natural resource areas that the airport maintains. It's fenced in, so it's protected. And we just recently completed parcel 21B. An NRA was established on that as well. A 2-acre piece of property was set aside by the county, and we had to fence that in and get rid of the invasive plants and so forth, and obviously have to maintain it. But we are pretty much in compliance with the county. Whenever there's any thing that comes up, we comply with it.
Great, and that's 21, and then what about lot 20?
Makes noise that can't.
So lot 20 used to be Station 88, the old Fire Station 88. We've torn down that building, and it does sit vacant right now. I have received a proposal or letter of intent from one entity that's interested in developing the lot, but I have to make sure that what they're proposing is compatible with the zoning for the airport industrial park.
Okay, and so if there was a building on it that we tore down, I mean, what type of natural flora, fauna are we talking about there?
Right now, it's just natural landscaping. To the south of it is it's a city-owned property with Australian pine.
Okay.
But for the most part, there's probably maybe 1 or 2 trees on lots 20, 21. And I'm going to say more so lot 21, which is further to the east, that would probably be something of interest to conservationists.
Okay, and then anything, am I right in that any future leasing or discussion of these would come back to us or Chris, or how does that work?
Yeah, I can let Rufus respond to that as well, but yes. And that parcel to the south, that's the one that we've most recently had the discussion about that the county gave to us at one point, right?
That is correct, yeah. And Commissioner, typically with our non-aeronautical properties, which is in the industrial park, we do get FAA approval before we bring it to the commission. And then it goes to the Aviation Advisory Board and then on to the commission for final approval.
I feel like we've got good checks there to make sure we're preserving our, okay. All
I
right,
believe
great.
so, yes.
Okay.
I'd throw the red flag if I thought there was an issue of concern. It's in conformance with our policy, our code, our ordinances.
Yeah, that is correct.
I don't know what else to comply with.
Again, like I tell you, with the last major development we've had out there, which is where Amazon is located, that was all heavy vegetation, sat vacant for many years. And we spent close to $1 million dealing with some of the invasive plants and relocating some of those to make the land available for development. So it's a case where we still maintain the natural resource area that's adjacent to both those properties, as well as another property. Well, actually, we relocated some of those plant trees to Mills Ponds Park.
Oh, great.
So we have a contractor that maintains that.
And it sounds like we have a couple natural resource areas up there. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, we have a few of them, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chris. That answers that question. Thanks, Mayor. Next question again, let's see. Chris, you and I, and then Anthony had been kind of emailing a little bit about this from John Lose about the kind of impact. Could we add an impact fee for the impact of development basically on waterways, Chris, if you...
Yeah, I remember that string. I know there was something, I don't remember what the punchline was with it, though.
And Anthony, I mean, you had helped kind of respond to that. So, Mayor, I don't know if that makes sense. The idea was, is there a way to have an additional impact fee for the impact on our waterways? And I know impact fees are obviously limited in what we can impose. So, anyway, Anthony.
That's always a touchy subject.
Right.
We tried to do that with the dredging, where we tried to assess each person that had a waterfront property and assess them a certain amount of money to help dig out their canal, and that met with fierce resistance. So, what are your thoughts, Anthony?
Well, I just wanted to let you know that he had asked for copies of some of the other, analysis that are done that justify the impact fees that are associated with traffic, parks, that type of thing. I had sent him some examples, but the issue there, and I think this is what Alan will tell you, is that you need to have a rational nexus between the impacts of the development and what those fees are and what they're meant to accomplish. And the challenge is going to be showing what that rational nexus is.
Right, what Mr. Los was discussing was an impact fee associated with development. And obviously, he seemed to be focusing on properties next to the waterway, but presumably would go beyond that. But impact fees are a creature of Florida statutes, and you have to, since I think it was 2018, whatever it was, the amendment, there has to be a rational nexus, not only to the actual impact that that development has, but whatever money you collect for that impact fee has to be used for that property to ameliorate whatever condition they may be causing. So to generally just have one is difficult to do unless, again, Anthony had provided some studies we had conducted where you're going to have some sort of data to indicate, one, that there is a basis for such an impact fee, and then once the development comes before us, there'd have to be a sort of a convention as to what triggers that impact fee, what the actual impact is from that development, and then the amount would have to be determined, also how you quantify it. That would be part of the study, and then again, that would have to be money that is used strictly for the direct impacts of that development. So it would take a while.
Yeah.
Not impossible, but it would take a while.
Okay, and it would have to be development specific for each
Yes.
visual and evaluate.
Yeah, otherwise you're running into, especially if you go beyond just one or two properties, you're dealing with almost a tax, which you can't.
Yeah. And if an individual property doesn't have a direct, immediate impact on a waterway, then the
Right.
study would indicate that, I guess. And
Right, because in the past, what would happen is you'd have an impact fee that would address, let's say, environmental issues generally, right? So you'd collect from each developer an impact fee that would go into a fund, and then you could use that fund to work on or pay for certain environmental remediations.
Yeah.
But since that amendment to Florida statutes, presumably to stop that, now it has to be directly correlated to that particular project.
Okay, all right, that helps. Thanks, Andy. I just wanted to kind of bring that up and get better clarity. Last thing I think I have, Mayor, is just a reminder, USS Fort Lauderdale commissioning, July 30th is the actual commissioning. My understanding is she is slated to sail into Port Everglades Monday, July 25th, 7:30 a.m. So Monday, July 25th, 7:30 a.m. I think we're all invited to breakfast. If anyone needs more information or
When is this?
let me know. July 25th, 7:30 a.m. And as I get more information, I'll just send it out to Chris maybe to distribute to all of you, because there's several events during that week. So I just want to make sure we'll get those to you.
Okay.
So that you're invited and
I think we've been emailed the schedule of the week.
yeah,
Came from
but I'll
Pat.
I'll make sure it
Yeah, thank you for the update.
gets back out. And again, the commissioning is the 30th. Let's see, I think it starts maybe 7 a.m. for a breakfast on the 30th. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Are we going to sit in the shade?
Hopefully.
Do you remember that?
Bring
It
an
was
umbrella.
hot. It was very
Brutal.
hot.
Yeah, so to reiterate, the commissioning of the USS Fort Lauderdale, as you can see in front of our dais here, will be taking place on July 30th. For details, please go to the website. It's down by the port. Very happy, honored, and certainly a legacy event here in our city to have a U.S. naval vessel be named after our city. Long live the USS Fort Lauderdale. So now, just a couple things in the past. June 22nd, I gave a speech and attended a commemoration of the marking of the 100th anniversary of the Rotary Club, and this was at Stranahan Park gazebo. Then the next day, I gave welcoming remarks at the Faith in Florida Interfaith Conference at the Urban League here in Fort Lauderdale, or just outside of Fort Lauderdale. That same evening, we welcomed the Minister of State and Trade from the United Arab Emirates, who came to our city to reconnect. These are folks that we met with when we were over in Dubai. They made a stop here, Miami, and then on to Washington, D.C. It was a great day on June 30th, as Commissioner Glassman pointed out, that we finally had the dedication of our new lifeguard decorated towers. Hope to see many more of them, and really great opportunity to help beautify our beach.
What's the cost on those? We were looking for sponsorships, right? To do more?
We do more, yeah.
What was the cost per?
I think they were
tower?
10,000 a pop.
I'm gonna try to get a sponsorship.
And you too can have your name put on it.
Not on my name on it. I don't want my name on it. And you held me up in traffic that morning. You were going to the Urban League. I was behind you.
So once again, Fort Lauderdale was featured on international news with regard to its participating in the July 4th celebration, and in this case, we hosted the B-52 rock band, who performed many of their favorites, and clearly favorites to many other people, because it was definitely a packed audience up and down the beach. We were featured on the news, and very, very proud that Fort Lauderdale once again is able to shine amongst others throughout the country. But a story that has not yet been told, which I want to bring out to everyone's attention, was that we almost didn't have a fireworks display.
Yep.
And I want to thank the city manager and everybody who he works with to have resurrected that possible fiasco when our supply of fireworks was detained in the state of California for whatever reason, and we had to scurry very quickly to ensure that we had a sufficient supply of fireworks for our celebration. I thought the fireworks were great, and so did thousands of others. So really, thank you for everything you did.
Mayor, have we sent an apology letter to Tamarack, Margate, and Coral Springs for stealing their fireworks?
Yeah, right.
Did they not get theirs?
Have we done that, City Manager?
No need.
Okay, because it's time to fess up.
They did not know that yet, but thank
Okay.
you for outing us.
Okay, it's okay. Well, we have to be transparent. Thanks.
I talked to a commissioner from Lauderhill who was at our event last night. They came to us.
Also want to mention that this past week, the state statute went into effect that we are now allowed to regulate smoking on the beach, smoking of cigarettes with filters, not cigars without filters. So you're good, Commissioner McKenzie. But
I don't do it in the sand anyway.
yeah, but I guess they saw it more as a litter thing rather than as a health hazard. So I'm sure that our enforcement staff will be able to go out there now and ask people not to smoke cigarettes on the beach. Furthermore, let's see, July 7th, we have a Sister City art display reception at 6 p.m. here at City Hall. I want to thank the Sister City program for putting this on and for inviting everybody to be here. Again, it's 6 p.m. on July 7th. Also, July 9th, the ever-famous Flock Fest is coming to Fort Lauderdale Beach again, and that will be, I believe, at Sebastian Street area.
We have a proclamation tonight on that.
And we have a proclamation tonight,
Yes, we
so
do.
there'll be further word on that. Will you be presenting that?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
But I will not be dressed in my Flockfest outfit, just so you know.
I don't want to steal your thunder.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see, we're having a mobility hub ribbon cutting. I guess that's the sidewalk over here between the station and the city hall. It's going to be at the True by Hilton, which is just up the street at 10 a.m. That's again July 13th. We're doing an opening of a new restaurant, Fogo de Chao, on Las Olas at 6 p.m. That's again July 28th. As mentioned earlier, the commissioning of the USS Fort Lauderdale will be on July 30th. Night Out Against Crime, August 3rd, will be at Carter Park again. That's at 6 p.m. The Imperial Point folks are having an event to help gather donations for Ukrainians. That's going to be August 6th at the front entrance to their neighborhood. And then August 11th through 13th, the Florida League of Cities is having their event at the Diplomat. I will be attending on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale. Couple questions, always directed at Mr. Boileau. What's happening with our rewriting of our panhandling ordinance?
The delay is in getting the backup that we need to substantiate the intersections that this is going to be applied. So we're working to get statistics from FDOT and University of Florida. Actually, they generate a great report that a lot of governmental entities use. So we're working with outside counsel as well as with some counsel with some attorneys in my office to do that. That'll be for the road canvassers, the ones in the intersections. The other one, obviously, we have to repeal the one we've spoken about before that directly deals with panhandling, because right now that's still unconstitutional. And as I've reported before, on the legal side, because we're still in the litigation, so we might get some pushback in whatever amendments we make to our ordinance. But we've also alerted the court to the new Austin decision, which we've argued modifies the test for the test that the judge used in regards to the First Amendment application to our ordinance. So we're doing that on the legal side as well. But we'll be working on that through the summer. Hopefully, when we come back from break, we'll be able to have all that data to support the identification of those intersections where the law will apply.
Okay, great.
It won't be citywide. Unfortunately, we can't absolutely ban everything from every intersection.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to have some backup to just justify the safety component to it.
Okay, all right, great.
So how do we determine?
I'm sorry?
How do we determine what parts of the city?
What we did last time when we passed the original one, which was the grading, I think we used the data and the grading by FDOT of the particular intersections. So, for example, 17th Street and US 1 was one of them. I believe actually here at Andrews and Broward might be another one. So we're going to identify the major intersections that create the most dangerous for folks to be in the street and regulate their ability, and not just panhandlers, but it'll be everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, I did have a quick conversation with our chief of police regarding the new state law concerning noise. I guess at some point we'll get some kind of report as to the action plan that your department has in mind. Right now, all I've seen is a lot of electronic billboards announcing to people that this law is going into effect and trying to educate people to keep the sound down on their cars. So we'll see how that works out. Something that is very disquieting, and I don't mean that as a pun, the Federal Railroad Administration is considering ending the quiet zones. In other words, the horns are going to come back at every intersection where the trains travel. This could be a complete anathema to our city, and certainly it'd be an impetus to want to build a tunnel through our city so we don't have to hear the train horns when it goes through across Broward Boulevard and Sunrise and the like. Whatever you can do, whoever you know, I know they'll be meeting with local mayors to discuss this, but this could be the worst thing that could happen because of a bunch of crazy people that think they can cross the tracks faster than the trains. This would be a terrible thing for us to happen, but I'll keep you apprised of things as I get to know them. And that's
Mayor, sorry, Mayor, it's Ben.
Yes.
With that, so they're exploring options. Is that, and who's kind of discussing, or how can we engage with this?
Well, it's going to, my notes say that they're going to be meeting with local mayors and with the MPO.
Okay.
So when I have my meeting at either place, I'll be happy to report.
Okay, yeah, and if we need to try to advocate
Yeah,
upwards
exactly.
federally, please let me know, because
Exactly.
I definitely want to be part of that engagement, which would, yeah, thanks.
And that's it. Any further business, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, I've got some reports tonight. I've got 4, just quickly. Take them in order here. First is just a notice to you all, and you'll have a memo that comes out on this topic. I just want to say it because we've learned it here recently, is that FDOT is planning on closing US 1 on their tunnel project, closing, a full closure, between July 18th, which is a Monday, and Friday, July the 22nd. And they also are planning on closing simultaneously for one day, either the 20th or the 21st, Las Olas Boulevard. So there's going to be quite the traffic congestion in the middle of downtown. This closures are in need of, or are done to be able to set some beams in that project that weigh 88,000 pounds apiece. So they just can't have anything underneath them as they're setting these beams. So just be aware that there will be detours in place. US 1 will be detoured to Southeast 3rd Avenue, and Las Olas will be detoured to Southeast 3rd Avenue, Broward Boulevard, and Southeast 8th Avenue. So again, we'll get word out to the public, but July 18th through the 22nd, a full closure of US 1. Number 2, I just want to make reference to the fact, because a couple of you mentioned the commissioning ceremony on July the 30th, 2022. Just for any member of the public that might hear that, just an announcement that many of the events surrounding that commissioning are by invite only. So just because it's going to be happening at the port, I don't want anybody to be disappointed that they would show up there and all of a sudden find out that they couldn't get in because of some of the Navy's COVID protocols. It's not by design or because they want a small crowd. It's just what the government has in place at this point that is causing that to happen. Mobility Hub, that was the first time I heard about a ribbon cutting at Mobility Hub on the 13th of this month. We can go forward with that if you want. If you have any interest in putting that off until after your break, the Mobility Hub, and I'm just going to talk candidly, is not necessarily the epitome of what I would want to take pictures of at this point and broadcast out as a ribbon cutting. We've got some significant work to do over there if we're going to have any sort of an event, ribbon cutting anything. So
I think Dev Malwani's behind that, or organizing the whole thing.
it's not.
Is it the 13th, Mayor?
So
13th?
just give me any feedback you have on that, but it would take us a pretty good.
You might need to touch base with him.
I will. And the final thing, and this is not normally the traditional way this would be brought up, but I do want to give you the background of it because it will come up at a meeting that you all will have at some point in the future. This has been a project I've been working on for, seems like 2.5, 3 years at this point, in trying to acquire a piece of property and have it become part of the city's portfolio at 800 Northwest 22 Road. It's known as Tony's Market. We've been trying to find a way to bring back some of the crime that's occurred in that area. When you look at the 5-year trend of crime that has occurred at just that address, it's pushing almost 300 calls for service and 14 Part 1 crimes just in a 5-year period. And, you know, that the community over there, I think, deserves something to be built there that is not as crime infested as Tony's Market appears to be. Having said that, we've worked time and again trying to get to an agreement on an LOI to say we can acquire it and do something different with it. And the sellers have changed, and the owners have changed, and the sellers have changed, and the owners, well, the buyer's always been the same, but it's always come into something where it didn't work. And we finally have gotten it to a point that we have a signed LOI that I signed along with the owner of Tony's Market. We're in our due diligence period at this point. Appraisals obviously have to come in. This will happen after I'm gone, but I wanted you to have the benefit of why that parcel means, I think, a lot to the city of Fort Lauderdale and trying to get it to a place that it contributes to the community rather than detracts from the community.
Yeah.
I bring all this up because the price that we've at least have on paper in the LOI is probably going to outpace the appraised value or the average of the two. Not by much, probably by a couple $100,000, but I think the investment in the community, it'll take 4 of you to vote for it when it ultimately comes, but I think that the investment in the community is well worth it. And I just wanted to be on the record saying this has been something that we've been trying to do for years and years and years. And we finally just got to a point where we got a signed LOI. And I think I would strongly recommend that when that comes forward for your consideration, that you look to the police data, you look to the other data that we can clearly demonstrate through the police department and acquire that property and do something better for the community there. And I would just hope that you would support that when that comes before you in the fall. Having said that, Mayor, I don't have anything else. We do have a quick CRA meeting, and then we should be ready for a break.
All right. Conference meeting is now concluded. We'll resume our meeting at 6 o'clock, and we'll see you then.
No, we have CRA.
CRA.
We have a CRA meeting, but we're going to do it in the evening.
Oh,
We have a special event on the 8th floor.
it's
You could get through this pretty quick.
it's not that long. It's really short, and we have people here that have been sitting here the whole day.
I fully understand that, but it's
Okay.
not going to be that quick. But
Okay.
we're going to end that meeting in 10 minutes. If it doesn't end in 10 minutes, we're going to reconvene in the evening, all right?
So we'll do it now, try it.
All right, we'll do it now, but I'm just telling you, we're only going to give 10 minutes, and then we're going to,
Good, I like it. You're really being tough.
well,
Excellent. Keep it tight.
you don't have to salute. We'll convene the CRA meeting. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas? Commissioner Glassman?
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie? Vice Chair Sorensen?
Here.
Chair Trentalis?
Here. See, we already have people signed up to speak. Okay,
Oh.
so M1.
Maybe just for questions.
Motion approving minutes for June 7th, 2022.
Second.
Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and M1's approved. We have M2, motion approving a satisfaction of mortgage securing a forgivable loan.
Moved.
Second.
I have someone who signed up to speak for questions only.
Questions only.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes. And M2 is approved. R1, resolution approving an amended development incentive program letter of intent for the Aldridge and the Larimore mixed-use affordable housing projects located at 1204 Sistrunk Boulevard and 1620 Northwest 6th Court, and an amended vacant land contract and addendum authorizing the executive director to execute any and all related instruments and delegating the authority to the executive director to take certain actions. I have someone signed up to speak for questions only.
Moved.
It was introduced.
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency amending resolution number 21-16 and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and R1 is approved. R2, a resolution approving a second amendment to the Development Incentive Program Development Agreement for the Thrive Progresso Project,
Introduced, and with a comment as well. And
authorizing the executive director to
sorry.
execute any and all related instruments and delegating authority to the executive director to take certain actions. Yes, Commissioner.
Introduced, and I wanted to commend the folks for really making significant progress in a relatively short period of time. It's really looking good.
Is it 80% done?
So, Mr. Mayor, I do need to correct that on the record. After looking at it earlier today, I believe that number should be 60% instead of 80%. You all still do have the authority to move forward with the item if you'd like.
Okay. Is this a reimbursable expense?
Yeah, the reason it's before you is the way that it was structured is there was a certain dollar figure they could get in every calendar year. This happens to be the second disbursement within a calendar year. It was expected. It wasn't expected to happen in the same calendar year. It just happened to fall that way.
Okay. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving and authorizing execution of a second amendment to the Development Incentive Program Agreement in favor of Thrive Development Group LLC, approving modification of the timing of disbursements and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Is there any further business of the CRA?
No.
There being none, CRA meeting.
2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Good. Under 10.
Yeah, all right.